is an ABC News special report. Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell. Now from London, Peter Jennings.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage of this extraordinary event for an extraordinary human being which has already had such impact throughout the world. It is just after 9 o'clock in the morning on a very sunny Saturday in London. The Queen's Standard flies over Buckingham Palace. She and the Duke of Edinburgh have returned from their retreat in Scotland to be with the people of Britain for this funeral today. A couple of minutes after 9 o'clock on Big Ben, the most famous clock in the world, and outside Westminster Abbey and Kensington Palace and St. James's Palace and Buckingham Palace and all through the streets of London and throughout the British Isles, for that matter. People trying in some way to do what they can to participate today in this, as we call it, the final farewell. A unique event for a unique person, as the British Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair called it just a week ago today. We'll give you an opportunity early this morning, and we're very glad that you've joined us, to see how extensively we will be able to cover this today. We'll be with the funeral procession from the time it leaves Kensington Palace until it arrives at Westminster Abbey, the nation's church, all through Hyde Park and down to the Abbey, and then back through the Abbey up to Althorp, or Althorp as some people call it, which is the family seat of the Spencer home. And we'll have an opportunity throughout the day to talk and listen to two people who have known Diana, who know the royal family intimately, and hear from, at great length, the people of these islands who have transformed this place quite significantly in the last week and presented a face of grieving, of shock and sensitivity, which much of the world has not seen in the past, or, to be fair, not seen in the past to this degree. We'll also have a chance to see how the rest of the world is sharing in this, because we've arranged to be with people in Washington and California and in Canada, in Bosnia, and of course, as the day continues, we will go to Calcutta, because to make an extraordinary week even more extraordinary, last night we learned that the great, unique woman, Mother Teresa, had died at the age of 87. And so we will be able, at various times today, to share in the grief which so many people around the world feel at her passing. That is the great Hyde Park in London, and Kensington Palace Gardens are at the western end of Hyde Park, on the west end of London. This is where Prince Charles and Diana lived when they were married. After they divorced, he moved back to St. James's Palace, and Diana stayed there. And it is up there in Kensington Palace Gardens, as they're called, that so many people have come to share this tragic experience with one another, and to bring messages to Diana, and to bring flowers to Diana. And I'm sure you've seen it throughout the week. Thousands and thousands, some people say 1 million bouquets laid at Kensington Palace and James's Palace, or at Buckingham Palace, or other locations. So much so that on the business pages of the British papers you hear talk of a shortage of flowers in Britain, and the need for wholesalers to actually reach out to other parts of the world. And in Washington, too, at the British Embassy, we've all seen that now, reflecting in a very small way the enormous regard in which Diana was held by so many Americans. Overnight, in Hong Kong. People again, Hong Kong now part of the People's Republic of China, but only recently, you may have been with us when we went out to celebrate the final retreat from Hong Kong by the British. Prince Charles was there, but still with its very deep-seated British traditions, albeit with a powerful Chinese coloration. And there too, in this last, or what was this last significant vestige of the British Empire, people today are remembering Diana, thinking of the royal family, trying to figure out, as everybody has been here in Britain, what on earth this all means. In Hong Kong and in London and in Washington and all the other places where there are British embassies, books of condolence will continue to stay open so that people around the world may make it clear how they felt about her, how they felt about the Queen, how they feel about Prince Charles and Diana's sons. Now, we're going to get an enormous amount of help on this broadcast today, which will be available to you all throughout the eastern United States in its live and original form. And then as we go west, as people get up, make sure that they in the west, or you in the west if you're up this early, have an opportunity not to miss any of the great moments that people anticipate here today. We would not under any circumstances think of doing this broadcast without Barbara Walters. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Peter. This is, as you have said, a unique ceremony. It is unprecedented in history and has been planned primarily by the royal family, especially Prince Charles, by the Spencer family, and by the Prime Minister, who, as soon as the accident was over last Sunday, one day after the accident, said that it should be a national event that would envelop as much as possible her personality and the people of this country.
A great many people have waited this week with enormous anticipation for the royal family to become engaged. I think people at home know, A, that the royal family was in seclusion at Balmoral in Scotland. There was a certain measure of anger that they weren't here and seen as public. And then the Queen came back yesterday.
Well, one of the questions is whether young Prince William, 15-year-old Prince William, will be part of the procession. His father, of course, Prince Charles, has been announced that he will. And up until yesterday, he had not wanted to be here. But then there was some question after he and his brother and Prince Charles came here and went to Kensington Palace and met the people and was enveloped in their warmth, that it may be today he will be in the procession. That's one of the unknowns this morning.
The single bell you hear, which in our ear at least has a very solemnal sound to it, is the bell at Westminster Abbey itself, which rings intermittently. On the quarter hour and the half hour, you may hear the bells from Big Ben at the Houses of Parliament, which are certainly within earshot of here. It is certainly true that when the two young princes, William and Harry, returned to Kensington Palace with their father yesterday to be greeted by an outpouring of profound warmth and affection from the crowd that was there, it was stunning to see with what grace the boys performed under such pressure. And at Buckingham Palace, when the Queen spoke live in an unprecedented address to the nation yesterday, you could feel the mood changing quite dramatically in the country, at least as we heard it through all of the British radio and television and talked to those people on the streets. Because the royal family, it seemed to me, had been rejoined to a much larger, to a greater extent, with its people. You are looking now at the gun carriage escorted by the 12 members of the mounted King's Troop, which has arrived outside Buckingham Palace to pick up the coffin, which will now be carried at about this pace, we suspect, down through Hyde Park, along Constitution Hill, around Buckingham Palace and Clarence House, from whence Diana set out to her wedding 16 years ago, to Westminster Abbey. This was not in the original plans, but last night her body was moved in the darkness by hearse from St. James's Palace, where she had been lying, to Kensington Palace, primarily to make the funeral route longer, because so many people, it was clear, wanted to participate in this experience. We're not altogether sure what we should call this day. It is certainly a funeral for a unique person, but for millions of other people, it's a unique experience with many elements. They've been sitting out here at Westminster Abbey, some cases 5 deep in their sleeping bags all night, and it's been true all along the route down which this gun carriage begins to proceed. Barbara.
Peter, last night when her coffin was brought to Kensington Palace, it was brought to her apartment, and 2 Anglican priests stayed there and said prayers throughout the night. It's not, as we know, really a palace. It's an apartment. It's a row of houses in a whole area with other royals.
We want to just check around the city now and just introduce you to some other people who are going to help us understand these moments today. Out at Canada Gate, right close by Buckingham Palace, is ABC's Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia, good morning.
It says what foolish people are, but I hardly be able to read it. Yeah, I can read it.
Cynthia McFadden, I know, has been talking to people who've been there throughout the night and early morning. Cynthia, would you like to give us a first impression?
Front row, and all of the people who were in the front row lining this route spent the night here. They say mostly they came out of respect for the princess, and also because they said this is a moment in history that they want to be part of. Most of them are British, but some Americans as well. I interviewed a woman this morning who had come all the way from Washington just to attend, just to be here in this front row. It's a very somber mood, Peter, and it was interesting. You know, we've all been in many crowds before. This crowd is very quiet. In fact, when I was talking to the people, it was really in a whisper. No one really wants to raise their voices here. It's a very somber, funereal mood here outside the palace.
Thank you, Cynthia. As this gun carriage now makes its way along the southern side of Hyde Park, away from Kensington Palace, the 18th century royal residence where Princess Diana and Charles had once lived, where Princess Margaret, the Queen's sister, lives, where the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester and Prince Michael of Kent also live. She leaves behind the most enormous bier of flowers and good wishes that have literally pressed against the gates of Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace for almost a week now. The Welsh Guards accompany her. She is, of course, the Princess of Wales. Prince Charles is the Prince of Wales. This is a regiment which was formed at the time of World War II, the early period of World War II, so that Wales might be represented. And so totally appropriate that these bearers, not pallbearers in this case, because the princess's coffin is covered not in a pall but in the Queen's standard today. Another very potent indication of how committed to this public ceremony today the royal family has now become. Let me introduce you to a couple of other people along the way. At Hyde Park Corner on the northwest side of Hyde Park is ABC's Aaron Brown. As we watch the coffin go by, we can perhaps listen to some of the reactions that Aaron has picked up there this morning.
Peter, good morning. The crowd has built slowly. When we got here a couple of hours ago, it was perhaps 5 deep. It's now perhaps 15 deep. As Cynthia said, we are struck by the silence here. There is very little conversation going on. And we are also struck by the number of children who are here, many much too young to understand today what is going on, but children who will someday tell their children, their grandchildren, that they were there on this bright Saturday morning in London when the nation and the world said farewell to Diana. People here, the British, of course, sometimes laugh at themselves for their inability to show emotion. The stewards who are here, the marshals, are handing out small packages of Kleenex to everyone as they come in. And no doubt that Kleenex will be used as this procession proceeds by us twice, once on its way to the Abbey, and then after the funeral itself, it will come back our way again and make its way up to Diana's final resting place.
Thank you, Aaron. Americans who visited London know the great value that Hyde Park has for this city, sometimes referred to as the lungs of London, reminiscent of Central Park in New York for New Yorkers, and that it provides the oxygen and the sense of country in an otherwise crowded city. Former Deer Park, extensive park in the center of London, at which one gets everything from political speeches to rock concerts to American baseball games to cricket and softball, and of course, right in its midst, one of the royal residents, the 18th century Kensington Palace. The funeral procession is on the south side of the park, so it's passing to the south of what's called the Serpentine, a small lake in the middle. And it is a park which means so much to Britain as a whole, but certainly means something to the people of London, and so symbolic. Before long it will pass the Albert Memorial, for example, a tribute to Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. This city, this route, absolutely, totally replete with the images of empire and the vestiges, I mean that in the most positive sense, of royalty. One of the other people we're calling upon today to help us understand the meaning of all this is Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers who's agreed to perform today as an ABC News consultant. She's often known here as Viscountess Bangor, married to Count Bangor, her husband, but among other things, she wrote a biography of the Queen, and previously had written a book on the Queen's father, King George VI. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Peter.
As you watch this procession this morning, and as you try to gather your thoughts of the last week, we'll watch the procession and listen to you. Just tell us what you're thinking.
Well, just at the moment, I'm struck like everybody else, the silent crowds lining the route. And I suppose in British experience, the last occasion like this was the burial of that great hero, Winston Churchill, when the same silent crowds watched the body go past. But of course, there's more emotion now because we're talking about a young woman of 36 with all her life left in front of her.
How historic do you think this is in the history of the royal family?
Well, I think the whole Diana episode is absolutely historic. I think that the impact that she has had on the royal family and the impact she will have on the future development of the royal family has been enormous and should not be underestimated.
Sarah Bradford talks about the silence along the route. Just listen for a second. Sarah Bradford, how significant do you think it is that the Queen's standard is covering her coffin as it covered her coffin when it was brought back from Paris?
Well, I personally was very glad to see this because I think it symbolized the taking back of Diana into the royal family. And that was the beginning of what seems to be an emotional reconciliation in death.
So this you take as a unique gesture.
I think so. I think it was a very important gesture. After all, for most of the people here and around the world, this was the first time we saw Diana, or the vestiges of Diana, after her death. And the first thing that everybody saw was this amazing royal standard draping her coffin. And I think
Barbara.
that had a great deal of impact.
Barbara?
It was Prince Charles's request that her coffin be covered with the royal standard. When he entered the plane bringing her body back from Paris, he called from the cockpit to make sure that there were flowers at that point covering her coffin. There were not, and he specifically ordered them. He has been involved, as I think you know, Peter, from the very beginning in the most intimate details for this funeral. And it is said and believed that it is Charles who convinced his mother, the Queen, to make the speech yesterday. It was Charles who decided that he and the boys should come here. It was Charles who asked his mother and father not to arrive by train, but to come by plane yesterday. And his relationship with Princess Diana at these last, since the divorce, which has only now been 1 year, his relationship is described as more than amiable as they tried to plan the future of their 2 sons. So if we can really say that he has been grief-stricken and has tried as much as possible to make this a ceremony that befits her.
We'll have a lot of opportunity today to talk about Prince Charles and his relationship with his son and his relationship to the crown. But when he and the 2 boys did come back to Kensington Palace yesterday and then went by themselves to St. James's Palace, it clearly had a very strong effect on this city. Someone else here to help us today helped us in the past on ABC News, another royal biographer. In fact, at one point, biographer of Prince Charles, a biography written of him in 1979, and a recent author of a book called The Tarnished Crown, is Anthony, or as we know him, Tony Holden. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Peter. It's only 16 years since you and I and Barbara covered the wedding of Charles and Diana, so some terrible wheel has turned full circle, sadly premature.
And it's inevitable, Tony, that we've all been thinking about the 16 years which have passed since then. I've listened to you off and on during the week, and you've had an enormous amount to say, as everybody has in these islands. Can you tell our audience at home first what you think is the meaning of this particular day?
I think Diana, it's no exaggeration to say, has changed the nation a bit this week. As the week's unfolded, viewers of Good Morning America will have seen me and the crowd around me getting angry at the lack of royal response. Then, on Thursday night and yesterday, we had the royal response. We called it people power versus palace power, and we saw the monarchy responding to the wishes and the needs of the people in a way that Diana was so good at, and the rest of the royal family haven't always been so good at. So, number one, she may have changed the way the royal family go about their duties, which to me personally is the only way they can hope to survive without her. Number two, she's changed the nation. She and Mr. Blair's shown since May that it's possible to be informal, but at the same time to be dignified, figure of status. Britain's shown its emotions this week. Britain's not famous for showing its emotions. We're supposed to be these stiff upper lip reserved people. But those millions who are out on the street all week and are today are following Diana's lead, and it's a warmer human country.
Tony, just at Westminster Abbey here this morning, we're opposite the west door, the main door of Westminster Abbey today, and if we look down there at that front door, we'll be able to see the young boys from Eton, which is William's school. Undoubtedly, Edward will, or Harry rather, will go there at some point too. Long thought to be the most exclusive school in Britain, where Prince William, who becomes heir to the throne when his father takes the throne, taken into the bosom of this very special school in that it has produced for many years the members of the British establishment. That was Tony Holden is pointing out there. Britain in recent years has become a good deal more egalitarian perhaps than it has in the past. And finally, in terms of permanent and resident characters with us this morning, I'm very lucky to be sitting beside a man who certainly in this company knows more about Diana than any of us, and arguably knows more about Diana than most people in the country. This is Andrew Morton. It was Andrew's book about Diana, her true story in 1992, and her 1994 book, Diana, Her New Life, which really changed, Andrew, the way the world thought of Diana and gave her the first opportunity to be heard on her own terms. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, good morning, Peter, on this very somber day. Yes, I think that the publication of Diana, Her True Story in 1992, in a way marked a sea change, not just for Diana, but for the rest of the nation. Diana in the 1980s had been seen very much as a fashion play, a clothes horse. From 1992 onwards, once her story had been told, this anguished story of loneliness, sorrow, and vulnerability inside the royal family, people saw a human being behind the icon. They saw not this distant, shimmering figure, but a very warm and a very caring individual. And they warmed to her, especially women, especially American women. I had sackfuls of letters to me saying, please pass this letter on to Diana. She struck a chord. She, to use the phrase, she struck the zeitgeist. She was in the spirit of the age. She had a far more emotional response to problems than other people, than politicians. She talked of herself as a humanitarian. And I think that this is one of the reasons why her death has struck a chord, not just in Britain, but around the world.
Especially with young women who seem to identify with her, who knew her almost all of their lives, and who felt that her frailties and her ups and downs were the kinds of things that they were going through. It's almost as if they could live their adolescence through her.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, Barbara. In her death, something inside us has died. And many people are grieving not just for Diana, they're grieving for themselves. They're grieving for... It may be, I may be being too spiritual about this, but I believe it's true, for lost hopes, for lost dreams, for lost ambitions. They cherished Diana in a way that they cherished a member of their own family. And they came to resolve many of the issues in their own lives in the way that Diana had tried to do. And they gained courage, they gained real hope from that. And I think this is her legacy, not just to the royal family, but to the world. She has shown that there is more to the world than just images and simple talk. She's a woman who lived by gesture, by inflection, by the caress.
I know that you have been asked endless questions about her, and today we'll do a pretty good job of asking you even more, as we'll ask our other guests as well. Did she ever talk about death, and did she ever imagine this kind of grandeur for herself?
It is of some consolation. She said, death doesn't worry me. I have no fear of death. In her last year, she spent a lot of time with people who were dying. And as anybody watching this program today will know, it's a very difficult and arduous job to sit with somebody who's on that last journey. And she did it constantly. She saw people all the time who were in hospices, friends of friends. She was there to nurture, to help, to guide. And I think that in her life, people were aware of that. She had a great awareness of what death meant. And this is, for me, the awful tragedy of it, the waste of this life on the brink of so much opportunity, that last week she was with her boyfriend, David Fayed. She was making some sense of a life that had been drifting for some time, and she was really on the zenith of her achievements. She was being praised around the world for her landmines campaign. People were seeing that she was actually making a difference, and I find it just one of the most awful tragedies of the late 20th century, if not the greatest.
One of the people, of course, from whom Diane drew inspiration was Mother Teresa, and as you talk, I think today, the fact that, to enormous surprise, she died in Calcutta yesterday, 87 years old, and looking back at the files on the two of them, picture of them, 1997, I think taken in the Bronx in New York City, when Mother Teresa down there in this left of the corner, so less glamorous in every sense, said that in death we are all the same. The Welsh Guards, Her Majesty's Welsh Regiment of Foot Guards, raised in 1915 by order of her grandfather, King George V, so that Wales could be included in the national complement of the regiment of foot guards identified with the United Kingdom, now accompany or bear Princess Diana's body through the streets of London. I cannot tell you exactly where they are at this moment, but Aaron Brown is in Hyde Park, and Aaron, the reaction as it either approaches you or go by.
Peter, as the procession gets closer here, many of the people, the crowd has grown quite considerably since we talked to you a few moments ago, and people are coming from the giant TV screens that have been set up in the park as they realize the procession is coming here. Very few of these people, because the crowd now is perhaps 20 deep, in many places perhaps even larger than that, very few of them will actually see the procession as it goes by. But we talked earlier to a family who had come down from Wales and said, it'll be so hard for you to see anything, won't it? And the man just sort of shrugged his shoulders with his two young children and said, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we are here for it. It doesn't matter as we see it. But there is a sort of rushing, a rather dignified rushing, if that's not an oxymoron, to get to a point as the procession gets close to us here at Hyde Park.
Welsh Guards to the rear in their scarlet tunics, and the King's Troop in their very distinctive uniforms with their small plumes on their caps. The Welsh Guards wearing their famous bearskins. There's been some controversy, ironically, there's been some controversy about everything that's going on this week, in part because for so many people here and around the world, the magnitude of all this has been somewhat difficult to digest and understand. There has been, in the final analysis, no controversy at all about the way this has drawn or seemed to draw Britain together, but I note in one of the newspapers this morning that there were complaints that a gun carriage was being used in light of Diana's campaign against landmines around the country, and that a gun carriage, which of course hasn't been used in any operational way since before the beginning of World War II, but it is the traditional way on which kings and queens and statesmen are borne to their funerals here, and as we remember John F. Kennedy's funeral in the United States as well. And Barbara, on the coffin itself, some very beautiful flowers.
Yes, there are 3 wreaths. One is from her brother, Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, and 2 are from her sons, Prince William and Prince Harry. And the muffled tenor, the bell that you keep hearing, is from Westminster Abbey, and it will ring every minute of the procession as a sign of respect. The flowers are lilies, Peter.
Some discussion this week as to what kind of a funeral this would be. This is not a full state funeral. That is, of course, reserved for kings and queens.
It is interesting who is invited and who is not invited to this. The entire royal family will be here, all of the sisters and the brothers and the grandchildren. The Spencer family, Princess Diana's mother, who divorced her father when the princess was just 7 years old. Her stepmother will be here, her brother, her 2 sisters, and it will be a service unlike any other. Everything from Elton John singing a song that he had originally written in memory of Marilyn Monroe, and now the lyrics have been changed, to her 2 sisters reading poems, to her brother speaking. There is that Westminster Abbey bell. It is a ceremony unlike anything that's been seen here in this country, or indeed anywhere, unique, unprecedented.
I'd like to ask Sarah Bradford and then Andrew Morton about your reaction. You first, perhaps, Sarah Bradford. Your reaction to Her Majesty's live address to the nation last week. The day before, we were reading all the British papers and hearing people on the streets and hearing it on radio and television, a real anger that the royal family seemed to be immune to the grief that other people felt. But Her Majesty seems to have turned it around a bit. Is that fair to say? Andrew?
Yes, I think that when you look back, we had a series of disasters in the 1980s. We had the M1 disaster in Kegworth. We had the Marchioness disaster where a ferry was hit on the Thames just behind us. And there was, of course, the Pan Am crash in Lockerbie. All these happened in a very short space of time, and there was great public anger then because the royal family remained at Sandringham, their winter home. Now this time the Queen has bowed to pressure, she's come back. And I think that, in a way, when you're away from the centre of these things, you tend to not really appreciate the depth of public feeling. And I think that, to some extent, the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has actually been quite good in guiding them back into public esteem. And at the same time, when she did make her speech, everybody was very touched by it, very moved by it, all the more so because they wanted to be given a lead. And this was the problem in the 80s. They didn't get a lead. Diana used to reach out to people. The royal family retreat from people. They retreat to Balmoral, they retreat to Sandringham. For the first time, I think we see the royal family actually giving a lead as a very poignant and special national occasion. And we live in a chaotic universe. We want the royal family to give us some kind of semblance, an understanding of stability, some permanence. And the Queen coming back yesterday, it was like a mother returning home.
Sarah Bradford, let me put the same thing to you. Our impression in the United States, and those of us who were here, has been that the royal family was in terrible disfavor. The recent poll showed that for the first time, less than 50% of the country were totally supportive of it. And then the Queen returns yesterday and does a walkabout with the Duke of Edinburgh and appears to reach out to the country. What long-term effect do you think it has?
Well, I think it's brought the monarchy and the people back together, and I think that is very, very important. I think I heard Andrew Morton saying much the same thing. The people need somebody there to unite them, some figurehead, but they don't want a very distant figurehead, as the Queen over recent days has seemed to be. They want Diana, who is a yardstick for royalty. They want glamour, they want human warmth. They want a feeling that the monarchy can reach out over the heads of the politicians, I might say, to the people. And I think that that's what the Queen did yesterday. She appeared on television looking really like anybody's grandmother, looking sad, speaking in a natural voice. It's very unusual for her. In fact, I think it's unprecedented to make a live broadcast. And therefore she came across in a very human way. And I think that everybody felt that she'd united the nation after all the criticism that there had been, and the sadness and the shock and the anger.
Tony Holden, as we see so much sobriety, as we see so much sadness, and we on occasion see outrage, untrammeled grief, who is the heir, if anyone, to Diana's popularity in the royal family?
Well, quite clearly, Peter, it's Prince William and, of course, Harry as well. But in terms of the future of the monarchy, it's William, who will be very much the centerpiece, and a very poignant centerpiece, of the pictures we're going to see today. I agree with Sarah and Andrew that yesterday, the Queen's return, her speech was some kind of healing process for the events of this week. Whether it will go far enough beyond that, I beg leave to doubt.
Barbara, Tony, let me just interrupt you for 1 second, because we're seeing many of the personalities now coming to the church, and Diana, Barbara, you can help us.
The woman that you were looking at is Princess Diana's stepmother. Her name is Rain. She was married to Princess Diana's father, who died 5 years ago. She works for Harrods, as a matter of fact, and is very close to Mohammed Al Fayed,
ex-prime ministers,
the father of Dodi. Diana has become closer to her in recent years. For a long while, they were not friendly at all. It's said that Diana's brother still has antipathy towards her, but Diana and she became close in the last years or so.
I can warn you in advance that with all of our best intentions, we're not going to recognize everybody who is here today.
This is, Peter, I believe that this is her sister, one of her sisters. She has two sisters, Lady Sarah McCorkindale, whom she was closest to.
Well, whomever we have coming at the moment, you are looking at the great abbey, the great nation church of Great Britain, and once upon a time British Empire. It has stood in one form or another for more than 1,000 years. It is here where kings and queens have been crowned. It is from here that kings and queens have been sent off. But it is also here where the great and the near great are also buried. This is not the most overwhelming church by totally itself in London. So this is the home of St. Paul's Cathedral as well, where Princess Charles and Diana were married. But this is the national church, Westminster Abbey.
This is where the Queen was crowned. 2 of her children were married here.
I can give you just a little bit of history now about the church, as people come from all corners of the country to try to at least be close to it. This scene of 38 coronations.
On these islands for more than 1,000 years, in times of joy and celebration, in times of crisis and sorrow, they have turned to the banks of the River Thames and the towering spires of Westminster Abbey. The great and tragic moments of British history have been marked here, the deaths of kings and queens. Queen Victoria, who gave her name to an era.
By the right! Low! March!
Westminster is not for royalty alone. The great clergymen and statesmen have been mourned here. Most recently, Lord Louis Mountbatten, the last British ruler of India, brought to the Abbey after he was murdered by Irish terrorists. This is the church where the British acknowledge their best. Inside the great halls of the Abbey, the tombs for hundreds of years of royalty. Edward the Confessor, the last Saxon king. Elizabeth I, who cast the Roman Catholic monks from this abbey, emphasizing its role as the English church. When Queen Elizabeth assumed the throne in 1953, it was the first and so far only televised coronation here. But every other monarch, save 2, for the last 1,000 years was crowned here. Elizabeth married Prince Philip here. Princess Diana's parents, the Spencers, married here. The chapels of Westminster have seen a millennium of history. The British Empire, when it was so vast, the sun never set on it somewhere. The empire is all but gone, but Westminster stands. And today, this is where the world has turned to say goodbye to the Princess of Wales.
And a very fitting and moving play.
A little bit of history of Westminster Abbey as the great and the near great and the familiar go in. As I said, it'll be sometimes difficult for us to identify them as quickly as we might like. The British Broadcasting Corporation is providing the pictures here. But the congregation, some 2,000 people who will be in attendance here today, break down into various groups. The members of the royal family, of course, as Barbara has already said, the Spencer family, friends of Diana, a great many young women with whom she has lived her life, both before and after her marriage to Prince Charles, and of course the celebrity friends of Princess Diana, listed in a separate category. And then there are, of course, great delegations from around the world. Not all countries are represented by any means, but Mrs. Clinton is here, had left Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard to come here and represent the United States, and come, as she was, Barbara, a friend of Diana's.
I don't think they were close friends, Peter, but they did know each other. It is interesting, the heads of state, most of the heads of state are not here because this is not a state funeral, but they sent wives, for example, the wife of the President of France, Mrs. Chirac. And in terms of royalty, Queen Noor and her son are here representing Jordan. And I understand that in order to come, that royalty had to request being invited, that they were not automatically invited yet. I don't think you're going to see anyone here from Monaco. So if one felt close to the princess, one could request. The invitations were first delivered to friends and other people by telephone, and then just yesterday by a little green card that gave them admittance. So you're not going to see lots of ambassadors. You will see 4 of Britain's former prime ministers, including, of course, Dame Margaret Thatcher. It is an interesting selection of people, a very eclectic selection of people, Peter.
Now I'm going to just look over the balcony here to try to anticipate applause. There's no question this is a solemn occasion, but it's an occasion. It's important to remember as the coffin has been borne through the streets of London. Many people have shouted, "We love you, Diana." Down here at Westminster Abbey, people have been camped out in their sleeping bags overnight. And this morning there were the requisite beer bottles and beer cans around, as if to suggest that people had been at least social throughout the night. Many, many young people here, because Diana was seen as the quintessential representative of her generation. And I think that applause down below may be for Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin Airways, Virgin Records, a close friend of Princess Diana's, and the man here who, as much as anybody, took the initiative to say that this should be a very big day, Andrew Morton. He was the one who wrote openly to the government and said we must have a national moment of silence.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I was talking to him just the other night. He'd just flown in from Las Vegas, and he was stunned by the fact that there were only 5 books of remembrance at St. James's Palace.
By the way,
and they were increased to 43. I'm sorry, Barbara.
I'm sorry. It was Mr. Branson who got in touch with Elton John and asked him at the request of Princess Diana's sister to sing. So he is very close to the family and has been speaking with them throughout this week.
And of course he provided his holiday home in Necker in the Caribbean as a retreat for Diana and the children.
All of the members of the British government will be represented. Britain has a new government. In case you don't watch affairs here terribly closely, a new Labour government. We make reference to Tony Blair, the new Labour Prime Minister. It is very much called New Labour, sometimes seen, at least in its public demeanor, as imitative of the Clinton campaign at home. But certainly the traditional political center has moved dramatically in this country in the last little while, and it was Tony Blair, who's quite familiar in the United States now, who was very much out front when Diana was killed, saying we have lost the princess of the people, and who a skeptic would argue, Mr. Morton, has perhaps used Diana just a little bit in political terms. I'm sure you're going to disagree with me on such a day as this.
I think, Peter, you'd have to be very cynical to believe that. I think that it was a mutual thing. Diana was very much looking forward to working with Tony Blair, and she was a great friend of Peter Mandelson, who is one of his advisors. And she was talking about Tony Blair using her more as an ambassador for Britain to go to China, to other places. Something which John Major, the former Prime Minister, had blocked because of opposition from the palace.
But I understand that she does not need permission now to make these different trips, and that she had planned a year ahead the different places that she was going to go to. She was going to Thailand in November. And so she had planned all of these trips. It doesn't seem as if she was going to retire from public life, as we had heard, Andrew. She had a great many things planned, didn't she?
I was talking to a member of her staff just the other day who said that she was filled with enthusiasm, hope, and really looking forward to doing a lot more work.
Now, the Queen is preparing to leave Buckingham Palace, and so we want to check back in briefly with Cynthia McFadden, who is up there at Canada Gate. Cynthia?
I just lost the RFA.
Cynthia McFadden is unable to hear me for a second, though we're able to hear her, and as soon as she gets the earpiece in again. But there is the north gate of Buckingham Palace, and it's just to the left of there where this gigantic collection of flowers has been gathering. And it is in that very gate where yesterday the Queen, returning home from Scotland to her London residence, stopped and got out. Cynthia, the mood there this morning?
Peter, the Queen's car is about to leave. There's been a lot of activity just behind the gate. You can see the Rolls Royces lining up inside the gate. The mood this morning, I've been interested to listen to our experts on the monarchy, because the mood this morning here with the crowd is not unified in saying that they have forgiven the Queen. Many of those in the front rows angry still that the standard is still flying at full mast over the palace, angry that she waited until yesterday to speak, and disappointed, really. They said that they had each other and that they'd come here today to be with each other because they really felt that in some ways the Queen and the royal family had let them down, and that what they had was one another, and that they wanted to be with one another. Most of them, certainly the first row or two here, and there were thousands sleeping here last night, said that they wanted to be up all night talking to one another because they felt that that was the only place they could get comfort.
I would also note that, of course, having heard what you say and not doubting it for one second, they did show up at Buckingham Palace in order to be together, the same place we saw enormous crowds, Barbara, 16 years ago when they were married.
That's right, and you know, this is somewhat generational, because the Queen was torn between what one always does and what seems to be protocol, and the suggestions of her son and others that she do open up. But, you know, there is that conflict. She is, after all, the Queen. There is also, I think, a misconception that the Queen didn't like Diana. As a matter of fact, I understand from people very close to Diana that she did like her, that she tried to prevent the divorce, that she did talk to Prince Charles and Princess Diana, maybe too late or too little, but she did indeed like her.
The royal standard to which Cynthia refers is right there on the top of the Buckingham Palace, and it's also today on the coffin. And it flies over Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence. And therefore, this week, that flagpole has stood empty for a long period of time. And that is what engendered some of the anger, even disgust among the British people. The Queen has now made a decision that when she leaves the palace today to go to Westminster Abbey, where the standard usually flies, the Union Jack, the national flag, will fly over Buckingham Palace for the first time at half-mast.
Traditionally, the flag is never at half-mast, because when a sovereign dies, immediately there is a new sovereign. So to have it at half-mast would be improper. You know, the Queen is dead or the King is dead, long live the King, long live the Queen. So this is also something that's unprecedented, isn't it, Andrew?
Not really. The Union Jack flies at half-mast very often. The Queen's standard doesn't fly at half-mast, and yesterday when it did slip down the pole, everybody thought, my goodness, and then it turned out it had been purely an accident.
Barbara's making a very good point, that we are seeing the clash, really, quite a profound clash of two value systems. The value system of the...
Excuse me for interrupting.
Sorry.
Dodi Fayed.
That is not Dodi's mother, that is the...
Muhammad Fayed, I should say, his father. We're so used to saying Dodi.
His second wife, and by the way, he has 4 children by this wife, and these were the children who became close to Prince William and Prince Harry on the yacht where Diana went this summer and supposedly had such a wonderful time, and that's when she first met Dodi. There is a big question. Muhammad Fayed has said that Princess Diana had some last words and instructions before she died. He hasn't revealed them, but he did have this discussion the day before yesterday with Lady Sarah McCorquodale, the sister of Princess Diana. We don't know what those words may have been, or even if they existed.
I cannot help you here. Can you, Andrew Morton? Well, we said it wouldn't be. I think it may have been the Speaker of the House of Commons. Ms. Booth.
That was Betty Boothroyd.
Betty Boothroyd.
It's rather difficult on this monitor.
Yes, well, also we're not accustomed to seeing her
she was actually in the same class at school as my father.
Pavarotti, who was invited to come and sing and said he was too bereft to come and sing, and then said he would come anyway. Another of those people in the show business world with whom Diana had become familiar and friendly.
Parliament is not in session, but in our country, the Senate and House passed a resolution of condolences for Princess Diana.
In the case of Pavarotti, here is a relationship that began when he performed at a charity concert in Cardiff, in Wales, for her, at her request. And then she supported his charity to build a music center for children in Bosnia. We all know in the United States, because of the argument about the U.S. position on landmines, that this young, dynamic princess had an enormous effect on government policies in terms of getting them to try to sign the Universal Declaration against landmines. That's Patty Ashdown, who's the Liberal Democratic Party leader. All of the political parties here will be represented today. We expect that Baroness Thatcher will be here, and former Prime Minister Edward Heath.
Peter, when you talk about landmines, in the procession of people representing Princess Diana's charities, especially the 6 major charities in which she was involved, children's charities and AIDS trusts and leprosy missions and the English ballet and so forth, and there are, I understand, 2 victims of landmines who are also part of that procession.
I rather wish we knew precisely where this gun carriage was at the moment, because
we're right in front of Hyde Park at Marble Gate. It's right in front of me now, New York.
Thank you, Aaron Brown, very much. I can hear him in my corner. So we're leaving Hyde Park now, or on the verge of leaving Hyde Park, through a set of quite beautiful gates, the most modern gates in Hyde Park, called Queen's Gate, designed in the 90s in honor of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who is the oldest living member of the royal family, and for many years, certainly with the older generation, has been an immensely popular figure. And it will then go south for just a minute or 2 under what is called Constitution Arch. And the Queen leaves the north gate of Buckingham Palace to drive down the Mall, or perhaps up Constitution Hill, not exactly certain. We'll tell you in a second which route she's going to take with the Duke of Edinburgh, to reach Westminster Abbey. Nothing is very far apart here, but we're looking at a procession where a horse carriage being drawn has already taken about 1 hour and 47 minutes and is just getting out of Hyde Park and towards Constitution Arch.
There is Elton John on the camera with his partner, David Furnish. The last time he saw Princess Diana was at the funeral service of Gianni Versace, his very close friend. And you can see he told us in an interview the other day, Peter, that she comforted him, that they had had a tiff. They'd had a silly tiff over Gianni Versace for a particular reason I won't go into right now, but they made up there. She comforted him. He said that this is going to be one of the most, probably the most daunting experience of his life, to sing today and play the piano in Westminster Abbey. But she kept her control with him, and he said he will do it for her. He has rewritten the lyrics of Candle in the Wind, which was originally written by Bernie Taupin and Elton John in memory of Marilyn Monroe. Now it's going to begin Goodbye English Rose, although, Peter, there was even some controversy over that it may be Goodbye British Rose, because it's more than just England, Scotland, Wales.
Now, I'm going to speculate here a little bit, because we're watching the British Broadcasting Corporation's pool pictures. But what you saw leaving Buckingham Palace was not, I think, the Queen, but in fact was Prince Philip, and that the Queen and Prince Philip may be going separately to Westminster Abbey, and that small group of people there arriving on the Mall, I think, Andrew Morton, in the neighborhood of Clarence House and St. James's Palace, is a representative group of people who will join the procession and be able to signify to the world all of the various constituencies which felt they got so much hope from Diana: the AIDS community, the crippled community, the landmine community, the homeless community.
Absolutely, and in fact, there was one charity, Aspire, which is for people with artificial limbs. They were going to send their officials, but there was a protest from within, and it's all people in wheelchairs now who are going along. And this, again, takes away from any kind of semblance of military ceremonial with the gun carriage. This is really back to what Diana would have wanted, the people that she cared for, that she wanted, people who are, in a way, disenfranchised from mainstream life.
Andrew, she even went to places that no one would think of going. She went to every hospital for the criminally insane, didn't she, I understand? And she watched operations. She watched open heart surgery. She went to places that were, you know, not the common places that one would go in order to do good works.
She went, for example, you're quite right, Barbara, she went to the Bullring, which is a place quite near here where all the homeless doss out. And she was in, there was a potential security risk, but she was prepared to do that. And it's because it comes from the heart. she saw herself as an outsider inside the royal family, and she naturally gravitates to the outsiders in our own community. And I think this is one of the most significant aspects of her life, and one of the most significant aspects of those people who came to pay homage to her at Kensington Palace. It wasn't the great and the good, it was ordinary people, people who don't necessarily have a voice either in the mass media or in normal institutions.
Of all the people we've spoken to and we've spoken to so many people since she was killed, one who impressed me above others was Baroness Margaret Jay, who we knew in the United States when she was at one point the wife of the British ambassador, but she became the first chairman of the AIDS Trust in Britain at a time when so many people in the world were terrified of AIDS. And she was telling us on the air the other night that we have to think back to how frightened we were that AIDS was communicable in a variety of ways, which we've subsequently learned to be nonsensical. But that when Diana reached out to touch an AIDS patient here in Britain for the first time, it was practically revolutionary.
It was a baby. Didn't she reach out for a baby?
I was there. It was at Middlesex Hospital in 1987. It was a very moving moment. She just simply shook somebody's hand who had AIDS. It was something that the palace themselves were very nervous about her doing. They didn't want her to get into something which was then totally associated with the homosexual community, and they felt that it was inappropriate for her. She defied them, and it was one of the events in her life which set her in motion towards actually finding herself as an individual. This is an interesting psychological point as well.
Is it true, Andrew, as I've heard, that there was a serious debate in the palace establishment as to whether she would touch somebody on that occasion?
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, they were talking about whether she should wear gloves or whether she shouldn't wear gloves. The whole atmosphere at that time was very hostile to Diana doing it, and she was very courageous to do that.
When you go to Kensington Palace and you see flowers, many of them have letters and signs saying, "This is from gay people. Thank you, Princess Diana." I mean, they felt very close to her. She also touched people who were victims of leprosy, and that's also...
Constitution Arch, under which they have just come, another unique moment for people in these islands who watch such things carefully. It is normally only the monarch that passes under Constitution Arch. And they are now on the very edges now of Buckingham Palace, and we'll turn now southeast, if geography serves me correctly, and go down Constitution Hill. Here is Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair. He has played a very significant role in the country this week in a variety of ways. He was first the one who went out and referred to Diana at the beginning of the week as the People's Princess, making it clear in a great many minds here that the people could rally around her and should rally around her. In some respects, it could be argued he contributed to the division that was so clear this week between the people and the royal family. But on a couple of occasions, subsequently, he has been the first person to get out and defend the royal family for staying in seclusion at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, keeping the boys in seclusion, supporting the notion of the Queen speaking to the people. Perhaps, this is speculation, informed speculation perhaps, having something to say about what the Queen said to the nation yesterday. But he is certainly the face of what is called New Labour in this country, very often compared to President Clinton. Been to Washington several times now to talk to the president, and political campaigns in Britain now very much more American than they have been in the past.
The Queen discussed her speech, actually, with the Prime Minister. There's Henry Kissinger. He is here with his wife. Princess Diana was very, very fond of him. They had a kind of, they used to gossip. He described her as having a wicked sense of humor. He presented an award to her when she was in America last year, when she was at a charity for cerebral palsy, and they felt close to each other.
Richard Attenborough, the great actor who taught Diana how important it was to be a public speaker, and who writes in today's Times a very, very glowing article about their relationship. Andrew?
Well, more than that, he was the one who really encouraged her to become involved in the landmines campaign. Really, he saw her quite a lot at Kensington Palace, and he was the one who actually made a film about landmines, which finally changed her mind that it's something that she must do. And it gave her this real new vitality and sense of direction. She owed a lot to him during her life, and
gave him a sense of new vitality,
yes,
too.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, getting back to the Prime Minister, I spoke to one of his... I'll pause now and I'll come back and tell you this later.
Her Majesty, I think that's Prince Edward on her left. And I'm not sure if Andrew's there as well, but Her Majesty walking out through the front courtyard of Buckingham Palace. We'll try to tell you all who is there. Everybody will be here to the best of our knowledge.
The Queen is 71. Duke of Edinburgh is 76. There was some suggestion that in 2002, when she celebrates her 50th year of reigning here, that she would begin to turn some of her official duties over to Prince Charles.
We'll have to have a closer look to see, but the people who are expected are Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is one of the members of the royal family who works terribly hard and doesn't get as much credit as some others think she should.
Her son, Peter Phillips, has been very close to the two young princes. He's been with them all this weekend. He's 19 years old. He accompanied them on the plane. He was with them yesterday at Kensington Palace. Princess Anne's son is probably their closest relative near their age.
But the royal family has made it very clear that on this occasion they do not wish to be the focus of attention. You will notice, if you stay with us, that when the service begins in Westminster Abbey, there will be no pictures of the royal family inside the Abbey.
Or the Spencer family.
A reminder of how, to what length some of the tabloid newspapers here will go. The Royal National Institute for the Deaf made it very clear the day before yesterday that they would not provide lip readers to the tabloid press so that they could understand what the royal family was saying to themselves. Cynthia McFadden?
Happening apparently here at Buckingham Palace is the royal family has come out of the palace gates and is standing on the side where the cortege is momentarily to pass. It's our understanding that they are going to watch the cortege pass and then get into the cars and go to Westminster. As the royal family walked out of the gates, I don't know if you could hear it, I know you could see it, but there was applause throughout the crowd. The crowd has grown exponentially in the last hour. There is no room for movement here now. The people simply packed one upon the other. And the royal family is simply standing outside the gates, waiting for the coffin of Diana to be rolled by.
In fairness to Her Majesty the Queen, it is the Queen who invented what is called the walkabout, at which Diana became so famous, and other members of the royal family have tried with, in some cases, success and without success in others. But Her Majesty, who this week, that's Princess Margaret on her right, the Queen's sister, her own tragic figure for many years, who was, and behind her, Viscount Linley, or is that Lord Snowdon? That's David Viscount Linley behind her, who's the son of Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret was married to Lord Snowdon, a world-famous photographer, among other things, and David Viscount Linley, her son, who's 12th in order of succession to the throne, among other things, an accomplished furniture maker who not long ago had a show in the United States. And I do think that is Anne, the Princess Royal, just to the left of the Queen.
Also divorced and remarried, as is Princess Margaret, who you mentioned her rather tragic life. She was in love in the 50s with Group Captain Peter Townsend. Many of us remember this, and that affair was broken up because he had been divorced.
It was 1992 in which Her Majesty the Queen referred to it as her horrible year, annus horribilis. In Latin, she said at the time of her annual address, but that was the year in which the young members of the royal family began to fall apart left right and center. And for those members of the older generation who have gotten out of their beds around the world today, certainly around the United States, there is already an ensconced sense of sadness that, I think that's Mrs. Shan Kidd.
That's Frances Shan Kidd.
Frances Shan Kidd, who is Diana's
it's her mother.
And would have been grandmother to the future king. A very sad figure in Diana's life, walked out on Diana and her father when Diana was very young. I think it is in your book, yes, Mr. Morton, in which Diana hears her mother's footsteps going down the gravel pathway for the last time.
Yes, this was at Park House, where they lived next door to Sandringham when Diana was just 6 years old. And it's one of her first memories, is that her mother leaving, walking down out into her car and out of her life, what she thought of was forever. Mrs. Shan Kidd always resented the idea that she was the bolter in the family. She always envisaged having due access to the children. This was denied in an extraordinarily bitter court case, where her own mother, Lady Fermoy, actually testified against her. Such was the depth of bitterness in her family. And that legacy obviously affected not just Diana, but all the rest of the children, Charles, Jane and Sarah.
This has been a banner week for psychiatric examination, both here and at home, because the royal family and the Spencer family have had such troubles, and certainly such public troubles, that the difficulties which the children have suffered, I speak here particularly of Diana and Charles, has not come as any great surprise to people. Another example of how this is being shared around the world by television, that's the Sky Dome in Toronto, the great baseball stadium in Toronto, with its open and closed roof, and it's 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning there, and people in that former Dominion still, certainly member of the Commonwealth, former member of the British Empire, getting up to watch this and participate in what has been, let's be fair, an international soap opera for many years. And Times Square in Hong Kong, again, where it is later, people watching this as well, and all across the United States. And I'm mindful of the fact, of course, that this is Saturday morning, and that even at this early hour, or perhaps at this early hour only in some parts of America, children are watching the television set. What you are, of course, watching is the funeral for a young woman, only 36, who was, for people of your age and people of all ages, very much a fairy princess. And she died in a car accident a week ago in Paris with a friend. And though I doubt if you have all watched as much news television as we have this week, those of you who are young, we have watched her life story played out on television this week. And now that is her coffin, buried in the flag, which is actually the monarch's flag, or the Queen's flag in this case, being moved very slowly, accompanied by soldiers, through the streets of London, the capital city of Britain, to the most famous church in all of the British, and certainly one of the most famous churches in all the world, Westminster Abbey, where there will be a very unusual ceremony to celebrate her departure. And that Westminster Abbey, we think one of the people about to arrive is Mrs. Clinton, who has come here to represent the United States, also come to represent the first family of the United States. The president intended to get up early and watch television, still on vacation. Barbara pointed out earlier that Mrs. Clinton and Diana were not particularly close friends, but very engaged they became, Barbara, on a couple of recent trips that Diana paid to Washington.
Yes, and I think that there was a sort of simpatico, because Mrs. Clinton has also had her own problems and her own travail. Peter, you know, one of the things that people feel, and you look at the family, and you see now the Queen and Princess Margaret, is that finally, in the last few weeks, Princess Diana was happy. Everybody keeps talking about that. And when you go and you see the floral bouquets, as we have, there are many of them that say Diana and Dodi are together at last, together in heaven. There doesn't seem to be any resentment that, you know, that she died in this speeding car, but rather that at last she found happiness. This was the first relationship she'd had, really since her marriage, that she could be public about. Whether she was going to marry him, whether she wasn't going to marry him, sort of depends on who you talk to. Her closest friends say no, he hadn't proposed. She would never have done anything without talking to her son.
Right in front of Buckingham Palace, the Queen bows her head. And I want to bring back in again Sarah Bradford. Sarah, you've one of the Queen's biographers. Try to help us understand what you think Her Majesty is going through this week.
Well, I think immense sadness. I think regret at what has happened in the past. I think tremendous concern for William and Harry, who are, after all, the future of the monarchy, and who have been through the most difficult time over the past years, seeing their parents publicly disagreeing, having bitter fights, and finally divorcing. And now, just when things were perhaps getting more normal, this terrible thing happens for them. And so the Queen, as the head of the family, bears the major responsibility for them. And I think as she saw Diana's coffin pass, all these things went through her mind, all many regrets for the past. And as she said, there was Diana, a warm, affectionate, smiling, exceptional person.
Do you believe that the Queen will also feel a sense of guilt at the manner in which her own son has been raised and the cloistered way in which the crown has existed for so long, and especially now that she sees the public response to the public nature of Diana?
Well, I think that in every family, when things like that go wrong, the parents do, or indeed should, question what part they've had to play in it. And when these first things became public, the divorces, the Queen turned to one of her closest friends and said, "What did we do wrong?" So she's certainly not above thinking that way. And of course, I'm afraid that there has been some responsibility there in the lack of communication between the different generations, which Diana was hoping to bridge when she married Prince Charles.
We will have lots of time as the day continues to talk about the future of the royal family, but you hear the first skirl of the pipes now as pipers join this funeral procession. Let us listen. People in the world who think it is not a sympathetic sound, but every day of her life, Her Majesty the Queen is awakened when she's at Buckingham Palace by a piper underneath her bedroom window in the West Garden. Anthony Holden, I don't want to detract from the sense of occasion at all. I don't think any of us do, but I have been struck this week, perhaps by the good taste of all of you who've done commentary in this country, but the reluctance or perhaps decision not to discuss what might call the sort of more reckless or darker side of Diana. I've heard people refer to her in the last several days as now Saint Diana. Is it your impression that this is how she will now remain, or will you in Britain now discuss her in a fuller way when she's buried?
Peter, I think it's become clear this week that Diana was loved as much for her faults and imperfections as for her evident strengths and qualities. I think the reason so many people have fellow feeling is that she didn't hide it when she had a lapse of self-confidence. Her gaffes were all too public. It's what made her so human. And I think you were talking a minute ago about whether the Queen was feeling guilty about the way she brought up her son. I think the Queen's feeling anything like that today. It might well be regret at the rather brutal way the royal family treated Diana just a year ago last week, the week before she died, when they stripped her of her rank of Royal Highness. They formally expelled her from the ranks of the family, and they deleted her name from the prayers said for the royal family in churches throughout Christendom. Diana was very hurt. It was part of the divorce settlement, but many people at the time said that the royal family had gone too far, and that certainly has been on the lips of many people this week.
Thank you, Tony.
It was always...
Sorry, I have to cut you off there for just a moment, just so I can perhaps help to identify for our younger people Prince Charles coming out. You're looking at the Victoria Monument just outside Buckingham Palace, and this is the beginning of the Mall. The hearse, rather the gun carriage, has just moved in front of Buckingham Palace and is now going north along the Mall, past St. James's Palace. And there waiting for her, Prince Charles. To his left, as you can see, Prince William. And to Prince Charles's right, Prince Harry, the two people she loved most in the world, her sons, who, because they are princes in the House of Windsor, must, even if they did not want to, must participate in the very public farewell to their mother.
Peter, on the wreath, the very first wreath that is on the top of her coffin, the card says, Mummy, put there by her two boys.
There's been a great deal of discussion this week about whether young Prince William, particularly, who is 15 and something of an idol with teenagers here, will walk behind his mother's coffin, whether her former husband, Prince Charles, will walk, whether Harry will. And earlier in the week, when there was such tension here, such distance between the royal family and the general public, it was thought that it might even be risky for Prince Charles to walk, lest he be booed. He is widely seen here as having treated her coldly in marriage. I think everybody acknowledges that marriages take two, but certainly as this relationship has been portrayed in your book, Mr. Morton, but on a more daily basis in the tabloid press, she at this week is certainly seen to be victim as much as anything.
Absolutely. At the same time, I think there's a growing mood that Prince Charles himself is a victim of his own background, and that the fact that this is contributing to this change in mood from one of anger to one of reconciliation. The fact that Prince Charles now needs support and sympathy from people, but whatever his faults in the past, as much as Diana does and Diana's family.
You know, there has been no mention at all of Camilla Parker Bowles, and this now puts her in a terribly difficult position, and Charles, because if there is considered a villain, perhaps it is she. She is the one who, it seems, broke up the marriage, although intimates have said that she wasn't the cause, but she was the consequence. And now I think, and I don't know what you feel, Andrew, that it would be extremely difficult for him to continue that relationship. What does he do? Just as he needs the support most of this woman who's his best friend, he can't be seen publicly with her anymore. It's a very untenable position. Let me first explain to some of our younger viewers who Camilla Parker Bowles is. She's a longtime friend of Prince Charles for many, many years. And when Princess Diana's marriage to Prince Charles was coming apart, Princess Diana gave a very famous interview to the British Broadcasting Corporation here, in which she said there was a third woman in her marriage from the very beginning, and that was Prince Charles' friend, Lady Camilla Bowles, who was in fact married to a friend of Prince Charles. When the marriage broke up, Prince Charles, who acknowledged that he'd had a relationship during his marriage with Camilla Bowles, has certainly been comforted by her and been a longtime friend. She has not been seen in public. She was going to be seen in public this week had Diana not died. She has never met the boys.
but I think, as you point out, Barbara, is out of the picture significantly for the moment. We'll come back to that if we may, Andrew.
Indeed.
She has acted with great sensitivity, though, certainly in the last week. And by the way, Peter, that famous interview, which you talked about, which was done by the BBC, and it was an excellent and very revealing interview. I learned yesterday that it had all been rehearsed and that the questions had all been planned in advance, so that Princess Diana did indeed know everything she was going to say.
There is your answer. Prince Charles and his two sons.
This is the moment that people have been, if not looking forward to with some dread in their hearts, really. The fact that seeing this young boy, Prince William, the man who will carry the burdens of monarchy into the 21st century, following his mother. People knew of the bond between William and Diana. They'd seen the way that he was comforting her in her difficult times.
Yes.
And I think these are the poignant scenes which will now resound down the decades of history.
This is the Mall, which leads from Buckingham Palace up to Trafalgar Square. This procession will not go all the way up the Mall. But you know, Andrew, I don't think that people really should be surprised. Aside from the fact that Prince William is sometimes described as his mother's closest confidant. This is what royal children are obliged to do. They are obliged to live in the public eye from the time they're very young. I keep thinking of young John Kennedy at his father's funeral. Prince Charles and Princess Anne from a very young age, certainly not with any of the intensity that has been forced on the royal family today, but were expected to be there for public occasions, happy and sad.
You're absolutely right, Peter. In fact, in the old days, there was no such thing as a private life for a monarch. The whole idea of the Privy Councillor, which is a great office of state, was because the individual had access to the king's privy. So the sense that the royal family live their lives out in public, share their emotions in public, and hide their emotions is one of the reasons why that we see this dichotomy, this difference between the royal family and their reaction to Diana's death and the rest of the country. The fact that they've got to shield themselves from so much public grief, an expression of public grief.
Yesterday, to see Prince William and Prince Harry, the way they handled themselves, even smiling and reaching out with such enormous dignity. He's a very popular young prince. You mentioned, Peter, how popular he is with young people, but he's greatly loved, and if anything will keep the monarchy in this country going, it is the affection for Prince William and the hope that, you know, one day he will be king.
And now you see what, of course, we should describe as Diana's procession. Both during her marriage and after her marriage, though after her marriage she gave up a great many of the charities that a member of the royal family is obliged to participate in. But she gave up that, but stayed concentrated with a handful, and many of them are represented today, and they give you a clue to her character. The Arts Council. One time Diana was called the rock and roll princess, but she has extended her interest to art and fashion, as we all know, on a universal basis. The British Deaf Association, 10 members in the Abbey today, 5 in the procession are represented. The British Lung Foundation and the British Red Cross and the British Sports Association for the Disabled, and a summer music festival at Chester in the county of Cheshire, and the Child Accident Prevention Trust, and the City Ballet, and the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, the Douglas Bader Foundation. Douglas Bader, a very famous World War II pilot who lost his legs and went on to become every bit as famous and mobile as anybody else on his artificial legs.
And
the hat makes it difficult, but I think on the left that is Lady Sarah McCorquodale, if I'm not... We may well make mistakes here, but on the right.
On the right, I think it's Sarah. On the left, it's Jane.
On the right, Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister. She's 42, a lady-in-waiting to her sister. On the left, Ian Francis Shadkidd, Diana's mother. And on the left, Lady Jane Fellows, who's 40, Diana's older sister, married to Sir Robert Fellows, who is the Queen's private secretary.
I noticed that Diana's mother, Frances Shadkidd, has a very glorious cross on her, and she recently converted to Roman Catholicism.
And has spent her last years in really somewhat secluded. She wrote a letter to the press, she wrote a handwritten letter, in which she said how much she loved her daughter and thanked God for giving her the daughter and for now taking Princess Diana back to him.
Mrs. Shadkidd now lives on a rather remote island off the west coast of Scotland, and she came down to this today, slightly, she said, reluctantly, to leave a party in the local Catholic parish church this evening, where the parish priest tells us she is now very much involved. It is said that Diana and she were in reasonably close contact in recent years. Diana has never been to see her mother on this remote island, and Andrew, I think it would be pushing it to say they had a close relationship with her.
They had a very up and down relationship. Often Diana would be spending more time comforting her than vice versa. And I remember when Diana was on the cusp of leaving public life in 1993, before she made her famous time and space speech, her mother was on the phone with her various problems. And I think we're now seeing...
Who is that between... No, that's the Earl. That's Earl Spencer.
On the right is Prince Charles. In the centre is Prince Harry. On the left is Earl Spencer, Charles Spencer, Diana's brother. And the far left is William.
Earl Spencer, where you at home may be fairly familiar, and then Prince Philip, the Queen's husband, on the extreme right there. Earl Spencer, who now lives in South Africa, is the one who earlier this week in his first public comments referred to the editors of the British tabloid press primarily as having blood on their hands and having contributed to the death of his sister in that car accident in Paris. The investigation in Paris it goes on with relentless intensity, and a great many people, including, and that's the Queen Mother. That's the 97 years old Queen Mother who lives at Clarence House there on the Mall, or on the Mall. They've just, on the Royal Mall has just passed her house. It was from her home that Diana left to go to be married 16 years ago. She is the most extraordinarily enduring member of the royal family, often described as the most popular member of the royal family, certainly for that generation. Slightly seen as a genteel, doddering aunt. Is that a little unkind, Andrew?
I think that certainly as far as Diana was concerned, she never particularly got on very well with the Queen Mother, because the Queen Mother was a great friend of Lady Ruth Fermoy, her grandmother, who was so much against Diana's mother. And she always used to say that Clarence House was the font of all criticism of Diana inside the royal family. I think the Queen Mother does come from a different age. She does come from an Edwardian age where you never complained, you never explained, and you just got on with it.
Have other relationships, and you never, ever, ever contemplated divorce.
Never. No, not at all. And the fact that all the Queen's children have divorced.
Well, except for the youngest son.
Well, he's not yet married.
He's not yet married.
Prince Edward is not yet married, although he's taking his time about it. He's been romancing a young lady called Sophie Rhys-Jones for the last 4 years.
She's an executive, I think, at a public relations firm, and she's here today with him, I think. Yeah. It must take enormous stamina to be seen with a member of the young royals today over any lengthy period of time, given the attention we in the press have given this family. But the Queen Mother, for her generation, in some respects, had something of the same public demeanor as Diana. It was during the war when she and her husband, King George VI, refused to move out of Buckingham Palace when Britain was under siege by German bombers. Buckingham Palace was bombed during the war, and when the east end of London was so terribly bombed, she and her husband would walk among the people. And so she, this Scottish member of the Scottish nobility, endeared herself to a generation in much the same way that Diana has endeared herself to a younger generation.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, because when she first came into the royal family, she was seen as an outsider. It was one of the first occasions that a member of the royal family had married a commoner, albeit a well-born commoner, and she was called Cookie by the late Duchess of Windsor, because she was seen to be rather lowly born. And yet it's the Queen Mother who, in a way, reinvented the royal family, just as Diana in the 80s reinvented the royal family. The Queen Mother made the royal family far more accessible than it had been, certainly during the Edwardian and very much so during the Victorian period.
I want to do a quick canvass here, if I may. I'd like to ask, first of all, Tony Holan, and then Sarah Bradford, and then you, Andrew Morton, to give us just a very, very quick thumbnail sketch of how you think Prince Charles will now be portrayed, given the way he has performed historically, but also in the last couple of days. Tony Holden, may I start with you as we watch Prince Charles follow his ex-wife's casket?
Prince Charles's popularity was at a pretty low ebb before any of this happened. I think there's a degree of sympathy to him, of course, as the father of these two poor boys without a mother, and there's hope that he can somehow shed the coldness of his upbringing and turn much more into a tactile, warm father than perhaps he's been to them so far. He's only spent 30 days with them in the last 12 months. It's very interesting to me watching these pictures, the positioning, the way that Earl Spencer, Diana's brother's in the middle there, and Charles is marginalized like his father. I think that's as it should be symbolically.
He is
William's
the ex-husband in this case.
Future. William's the only hope for the monarchy's future, and Charles's only hope of survival really as a public figure now is as William's father.
Well, I did anticipate from you, Tony Holden, a quite severe observation. Sarah Bradford, do you feel the same way?
No, I don't entirely feel the same way. I think it's early days to see how the public are going to view Prince Charles after all this has gone on. How far they will blame him for the unhappiness that Diana suffered, or how far they will feel sympathy for him as the lone parent of these two young boys. And certainly the images over the past few days have been very sympathetic of Prince Charles hand in hand in public with his sons. This is hitherto not been a royal characteristic. And so I think that we shouldn't make too much of a snap judgment on this.
Andrew Morton, from you, a sort of brief analysis of Prince Charles' future.
I think Prince Charles's future is very uncertain. His popularity was very low anyway. There was still endless discussion about his relationship with his friend Camilla Parker Bowles. The death of the Princess of Wales has cast a further shadow over that popularity. Yes, he'll become king, but it will be very much a holding operation until Prince William. He is the future of the royal family.
Barbara, when you and I were here, I know exactly what we're doing here in terms of... Hang on just a second. Let's go to the front of Westminster Abbey. I believe that may well be the Queen or the Queen Mother, if we could go to the front door of Westminster Abbey. Can't tell, but whoever it was got applause, or perhaps the applause was merely for the royal standard on top of one of the royal family's many Rolls Royces as it arrives at the west door of Westminster Abbey. You get a better sense when they go in. But as they come here through Horse Guards Parade, they've now turned off the mall, and they're coming through what is called Horse Guards Parade on their way to Whitehall itself. This is also familiar to many Americans. This is the scene of Whitehall Palace. This is where Henry VII in the 1600s held these great jousts and tournaments, but it is here on the Queen's birthday where The members of the household regiments ride and march in review. The Queen often appears on horseback herself. And for those of you who've been tourists in London, especially you kids, this is maybe where you've come and you've seen one of the guards sitting on a horse and you've tried to talk to him and he didn't say anything to you, which is always frustrating for young visitors to London when they get nothing back from the guards outside any of the royal palaces here. But this is Horse Guards Parade as they go through the very same place where other funeral processions have formed up, not very far from the offices of the War Room, from which the late great Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the great British wartime leader, ran the affairs of the war from underground. This is a core bit of this national capital, which is rich, eminently rich in the nation's history. Barbara.
Peter, I'd like to follow up just a little bit when you were talking with Andrew Holden and Andrew Morton. You know, Princess Diana, when she did that interview now 2 years ago, said at the time that she didn't think that Prince Charles, she said in effect she didn't think that he would really be the best king, that she hoped that her son implied that she hoped that Prince William would be king. Now there is a magazine article just out in New York that in which she supposedly, we will never know, had said that he shouldn't be king, Prince Charles, because he is a follower and not a leader. So to some degree, don't you think, Anthony, that she has put down his reputation, perhaps not meaning to, perhaps out of love for her son?
She's never, ever believed that Prince Charles will become king. She said, actually, for the...
Excuse me again for interrupting, but Her Majesty has left Buckingham Palace. Perhaps that applause you hear is for the sudden appearance of the national flag, the Union flag, or Union Jack as we most commonly know it, flying at half-staff over Buckingham Palace. This, in this country, and throughout the British Commonwealth certainly, will be taken as enormously significant. Sorry, Andrew, continue.
Yes, this has been a consistent theme of Diana's life over the last 10 years. She's never believed that Prince Charles will become king, and she's never believed that herself will become queen, albeit not in these circumstances. She's always seen the hope for the royal family as being Prince William, which is why she's invested so much of her own time and so much of her own emotional energy in Prince William, in taking him to see down and out, in taking him to see the homeless, in taking him to see AIDS patients. She wants him to have a rounded view of what life is really like inside Britain today, so that when he becomes king, as she always believed he would, and keep the standard raised of monarchy for the 21st century, then at least he will be in touch with the people. And that's what she always felt about the royal family. They're not in touch with their emotions, they're not in touch with the people.
In case you are just arising at anywhere in the United States, thank you for joining us on ABC. We are here in London covering the funeral of Diana, the Princess of Wales, and we are not too very long from the actual funeral service itself in the 1,000-year-old Westminster Abbey. From around the city and around the country and around the world, royals and commoners, friends and officials of Diana, who was killed last Saturday, are gathering on the Abbey to celebrate her life. Coming through Horse Guards Parade, not terribly far now from Whitehall, which is not very far from Westminster Abbey itself, her coffin on a gun carriage, accompanied by members of the Welsh Guard and the King's Troop of the Household Cavalry, and accompanying her as she moves, her ex-husband, Prince Charles, her two sons, William and Harry, Earl Spencer, her brother, and the Queen's sister, I beg your pardon, the Queen's husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Other members of the royal family and the Spencer family have already gathered in Westminster Abbey. The First Lady, Mrs. Clinton, I think, has arrived with the British ambassador, Admiral William Crowe. Various members of what is described by the Royal Palace here as Diana's celebrity friends are here. The news services are saying that Tom Hanks is here, Diana Ross, Tom Cruise and his wife, Nicole Kidman, and Steven Spielberg is said to be here as well. But much more important to this day than any of the individuals who are here is the vast display of public sentiment on the streets today, as it has been for the entire week, for this 36-year-old, astonishingly glamorous human being who was killed in, to use that dreadful cliche, the prime of her life. Her Majesty the Queen, who came out and stood outside the front gates of Buckingham Palace while the gun carriage passed, and then got in a car and came the short distance here to Westminster Abbey with the Queen Mother, that is to say Queen Elizabeth's mother, Queen Elizabeth, who's 97 years old, being led in where they'll be greeted by the Dean of Westminster and perhaps by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the leading figures of the Anglican Church, of which the Queen is the secular head in Britain. This abbey is, some of you undoubtedly have visited it, is eeks with history.
This, however, will be a service unlike any that's been held here before, where you have Elton John singing, where you have poetry that's going to be read by Princess Diana's two sisters. The Prime Minister will read, Prime Minister Blair will read from the Bible and speak of love. Princess Diana's favorite hymns will be played. There has never been a service like this. It's been called a unique service for a unique person, and it will be. So, you know, Peter, when you and I covered, as did many broadcasters, the wedding, one knew in advance what it was going to be. It was a traditional ceremony. This is unlike anything before.
Well, never before, Barbara, as you know, did we ever think we should be here 16 years ago when we sat on we're on a tiny balcony overlooking Westminster Abbey today. 16 years ago, we sat on an even tinier balcony outside St. Paul's Cathedral in the city of London, and were in those days stunned by the joy and celebration of that day. A day much like this. The British have been lucky with their weather, if that's an apt way to put it today. But it has enabled a great many people to come. Scotland Yard tells us just a minute ago that 1 million people have been here on the streets today to watch the gun carriage go through. And again, if you're just joining us, this funeral procession has taken much longer than originally intended because it was felt by the Spencer family and by the royal family and certainly by the government that more people should have an opportunity to see Princess Diana one last time. When this ceremony is over, she'll travel almost 80 miles by car to the scene of her family home in the county of Northamptonshire, about 80 miles from here. But on this particular voyage through Hyde Park, past Buckingham Palace, through the historic Horse Guards Parade, and then down Whitehall towards the British Parliament, this has been the heart of empire for so long, and this young woman has done so much to change what was for so long its core establishment.
I was going to point out, sometimes it's difficult for you and me to hear each other if it sounds as if we're interrupting. I was just going to point out that royal business goes on as usual. This is the weekend that the Prime Minister of Great Britain goes and visits Balmoral to stay with the Queen, and when this service is over, he is indeed going to do that. So the certain traditions, certain things never change.
Watch this very quietly for a moment and perhaps ask first Cynthia McFadden and then Aaron Brown to give us quietly their assessment of what the reaction has been of the people as we go along. Cynthia?
You know, Peter, here at the palace, us it has been extraordinary what's happened in the last 15 or 20 minutes. When the cortege passed initially, it was absolutely still. People 20 deep, 30 deep in some places, almost 50 deep in other places, stood absolutely silently. There was a small group, a stream of people that has apparently followed the cortege the entire length and have been winding behind. And in some of the photographs, you've been able to see them. But I think perhaps there was polite applause when the Queen came out and watched the cortege pass. But the most extraordinary moment for me was when the standard was lowered and the Union Jack was raised. The applause was deafening and spontaneous, and people stood in place and stared at that flag for probably 5 or 10 minutes without moving. It has been a remarkable sight here this morning.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'll speculate that when we hear these smatterings of applause for such gestures, it is because we are seeing the royal family doing what the people have wanted them to do all week, which is to respond to the public need for the royal family to share this in the same manner in which so much of the public has shared. And it's been very difficult for members of some generations in Britain this week to comprehend what is going on. A member of the older generation was heard to say here earlier this week that his generation was, brought up and trained to fight Hitler, and that it was difficult to understand a generation when all it took was love to pick up on the great Beatles song and the rock and roll princess. But over the several days since Diana was killed, even those people here and around the world who at first were stunned by the reaction and uncertain about the reaction have come to understand that what is being seen here has enormous meaning in many ways, about celebrity, about monarchy in the 20th and eve of the 21st century, and certainly about the press and about television. There are people here, as there are at home, who believe that our participation in this and the extent to which we have covered it has simply given it a renewed adrenaline at almost every minute. But in London today, this tradition of modern and traditional is inescapably real. Aaron Brown. Let us go to the front of the west door of Westminster Abbey now, because Diana's coffin has arrived, and here in the tight confines in the shadow of St. Margaret's Church, to the left of the Abbey there is absolute silence. After 11 on Saturday morning, on the balconies of the Grace and Favorite Apartments, the government buildings here, people stand absolutely silent, almost all of them in dark clothes, as the gun carriage draws very gently to a halt in front of the west door. From the Welsh Guards. She is the Princess of Wales. This regiment of foot guards raised in 1915 by the order of His Majesty King George V, so that Wales would be included in the national complement of the regiments of foot guards identified with the countries and the various counties of the United Kingdom. It was only 2 days after they were formed that they mounted a guard at Buckingham Palace, St. David's Day in Wales. And now these men, who most recently have seen service in Northern Ireland and the Falklands and ceremonial duty in Hong Kong, will carry this most beloved, controversial, talented and tortured princess into the great nave of Westminster Abbey. Here, the Queen Mother, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, Diana's family, her mother, her stepmother, her 2 sisters, her brother, her friends, from, it is fair to say, all walks of life, the royal and the common, the celebrated and the underprivileged. The muffled bells of Westminster itself. Service will be conducted by the Very Reverend Wesley Carr, who is the Dean of Westminster. He's been the Dean only since last February. It's the biggest thing, he says, I have ever done. But it is, he points out, a rare opportunity for the Abbey to bring together the pageantry, the royal history, and the common touch. In the ceremony, we will not see members of the royal family or members of the Spencer family at their request. Just to repeat that members of the royal family will not be seen during this ceremony, and nor, I suspect, will members of the Spencer family, other than the manner in which they may participate in the service, namely Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh there placing a wreath. And now the boys and Prince Charles placing a wreath. This is intended to be a service which would have pleased Diana, much discussed by her brother, her two sisters, and the royal family, and the government. Prime Minister will participate.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey.
The Dean of Westminster.
Thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
Many of you may recognize this first hymn. It was sung at Diana's wedding to Prince Charles. I vow to thee, my country. Prince William had asked for that hymn because it was his mother's favorite. The first reading by Lady Sarah McCorkadale, Diana's eldest sister.
And leave you here a while. Be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
And now the BBC Singers by Lynn Dawson. Diana's favorite from Giuseppe Verdi. Lady Jane Fellows, Diana's older sister.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
And now the lesson will be read by the Right Honorable Tony Blair, the Prime Minister.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself. is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Prime Minister Tony Blair. And now, Elton John. Candle in the Wind, written with words on this occasion for her.
Rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. passion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Outside Westminster Abbey, applause. Inside, a tribute to Diana from her brother, Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others, so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharged their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who worked for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the Princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen. Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
with the stunning Alleluia by the British composer, the living British composer, John Tavener, this funeral service for Diana, the Princess of Wales, comes to an end. And now, with the enthusiastic support of the nation, there will be throughout the nation a minute's silence. Westminster has said it for so many people. We were swept up in the emotion of it all. It's been very difficult for so many people this week to imagine Diana as actually having died, because all week we have seen scene upon scene, picture upon picture, circumstance upon circumstance of her life. But now her funeral at Westminster Abbey is over, and she goes now in this hearse 80 miles from here to Althorpe, or Althorpe as some people call it, where she will be interred on her family's property. She will go in this car along something of a reverse route, as she has just come on a gun carriage. And as she goes, you can hear the people applauding. Around Westminster Abbey, it is silent, save for the bells. Passing the National War Memorial in Whitehall, honoring Britain's dead from too many wars. She is headed to the county of Northamptonshire and a private burial with her family there. ABC's Jim Wooten has been there for the morning and is waiting for this hearse to arrive. Jim, if you can hear me, what has it been like there this morning?
Well, there aren't a great many people gathered as of yet, because it will be several hours before the hearse and the procession arrives here in Northamptonshire, in this village called Harlestone. It's a tiny place. It oozes with old England. And along the roadway, although there are several people gathered here, families with their children, one woman was singing by herself the hymn, the closing hymn, at the gates to Althorpe House. And here in this village, they do pronounce it Althorpe. There are a couple of hundred people gathered, and along the way, perhaps a couple of hundred more. This is the closest point that cameras will be allowed by the police, who are politely but firmly refusing entrance, thereby honoring the wishes of Diana's family.
Thank you, Jim. We'll come back to you. And at Westminster Abbey, the Dean of Westminster, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who participated, say goodbye to the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, who are in the first instance returning to Buckingham Palace, and may, we do not know, ultimately return to Balmoral in Scotland, though one suspects that their traditional summer vacation is certainly over. And then from this church with its muffled bells, will come the curious and the devoted again, as the famous and the royal and the rich and the not famous, but the caring and connected to Diana, leave Westminster Abbey. 2,000 people participating in yet another historic occasion here. It oozes into the walls as so much before it has. While this simple hearse with no police escort as of yet retraces the step up Constitution Hill, round the Victoria Monument, back towards Hyde Park Corner, often called Speaker's Corner at the top end, where people so freely and openly express their political views, and then out across the West End and on to Northamptonshire. Aaron Brown is on the route. Aaron?
Peter, the scene here at Hyde Park is one of the most extraordinary things we've ever seen. People have moved back towards the route where the hearse will come. They have come from watching the funeral service on these giant TV screens. The police estimate 1 million people, perhaps a little bit less than that. But what a scene it was. Dead silence at points. Certainly thunderous applause when Elton John finished his song. Thunderous applause at other points. And I must tell you, Peter, from the moment I got here Sunday at Kensington Palace, to the children I talked to on Tuesday, to the 6 hours I spent at St. James with people on Thursday, again and again people said to us, we need to say goodbye to her. Well, I suggest to you that at Hyde Park today on those giant TV screens, they not only said goodbye, but for the first time, they really understood what goodbye meant, that this goodbye was final and forever.
We had exactly the same feeling here, I think, that with this service, one acknowledges what has not been widely acknowledged, that Diana is indeed dead. Have people around you been satisfied with the tone of the service? There was such an attempt to make it everything she'd wanted.
Yes, I think they were quite satisfied. I think they were, the Elton John song seemed so exactly right that one wonders now about the debate over that. Would now seem so long ago, but was only a couple of days ago. And I think they found Princess Diana's brother's eulogy to be not just moving, but quite courageous, saying so many things that they were feeling too, and perhaps things that they didn't expect to hear today. I would suggest that yes, it was a quite satisfying, if sorrowful, experience.
Well, as the hearse moves further along now on the Mall, I think, let us move further along to Cynthia McFadden and get some reaction from you, Cynthia.
Well, Peter, the unofficial police estimate are just in the square outside Buckingham Palace where I am standing, there are 100,000 people gathered. They stayed here during this service. It wasn't expected that there would be loudspeakers here as well, but there were. These people heard the service. Of course, they didn't see it on television. Let me give you a few snapshots, Peter. The police who have been shepherding the crowd, a wonderful relationship with the crowd. Several members of the police corps came into the crowd taking small children who had flowers and took them up to the gates of Buckingham so that they could place them there. Several of the children curtsied as they placed the flowers there. People listened with their eyes closed for the most part to the service, especially those in the first 5 or 10 rows to the street, crying. The Queen is arriving, Peter. She's coming within eyesight. She's about 50 yards from where we are standing now. The crowd applauding. You can see them now, I think. Here they come. This is the hearse itself coming by. I don't know if you can hear the applause.
We can.
Queen's gone.
The Queen has re-entered the palace, and Peter, you will note that the Union Jack is still flying at half-mast over the palace. Peter, something I hadn't noted earlier, many of those in the crowd are wearing black ribbons to commemorate the princess's passing. Of course, no airplanes flew overhead during much of this service. It was absolutely still here outside Buckingham Palace. Many of those in the crowd, Peter, were saying that they were here and they wanted it known that they were here for the young princes, that they wanted to show by their presence their love of the young princesses and that the nation was behind them.
There will be, as both Aaron Brown and Cynthia have pointed out, considerable discussion about what the Earl, or what Earl Spencer said. But picking up on Cynthia there, he said of Harry and William that she, Diana, would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, he said, on your behalf. We will not allow them, the two boys, to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, he went on to say, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, we'll do all we can to continue the imaginative, loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. Underneath the bells here, and I think, Andrew Morton, you may have to speak up a little more than usual. Pick up on that if you would. Or just before you do, another connection around the world is Sarajevo in Bosnia. Diana, of course, so deeply interested in the campaign to rid the world of landmines. And there is a home in Sarajevo, in fact, the home of Mirjeta Gamboric, a 15-year-old girl, landmine victim, who the princess had met during her most recent trip to Bosnia. Back to you, Andrew Morton, and then perhaps others, in fact, indeed others, on this remarks by Earl Spencer.
I think Earl Spencer's remarks were quite remarkable insofar as they summed up the mood of the nation. They summed up the fact that there's a hostility towards the media, who many people believed conspired to kill her. At the same time, there's a mood of hostility towards the royal family, for this sense of ousting her from their midst and driving her away. And the very fact that he's making clear that the old ways, the royal ways, will not be for William and Harry, is a signal very much for the future, very much that the royal family have got it wrong, very much that the press, the media, the TV have to get their houses in order for Prince William and Prince Harry to survive the next century.
He said at one point that she, Diana, needed no royal title to go on and continue to dispense her magic. That was, I thought, at least, also a shot at the family.
Very much so, and I noticed that outside Westminster Abbey there was spontaneous applause, and spontaneous applause all around from the screens. And there is this duality, the sense that the royal family have let down Diana, also a sense that Diana, the woman who the camera fell in love with, was eventually loved to death by the camera.
Barbara, some first thoughts on the ceremony from you?
Well, I think of what a friend told us yesterday, one of her very close friends. She said, I can hear Diana's voice. She was talking about the chapel, and she said she would never have believed all the flowers. She would never have believed that she was this loved. And when you see that hearse go by with the coffin and the flowers, so simple, the lilies and the roses placed by her two sons and by her brother, the simplicity of it and the love, because these were the people closest to her in her life. They don't know yet what they're going to do with these thousands and thousands of bouquets and notes that have been written. The Spencer family and Prince Charles and the sons will decide what happens with those notes. But one more thing, and the subject, what you talked about, Andrew, and what Earl Spencer talked about the press. I talked to an aide to the Prime Minister this morning, and who said that the tabloid editors here are very worried, that they know that they must totally change what they have been doing, and they don't know how to do it, and it will be an enormous change, and it's about time, probably. I understand that there will be no change in laws, and that the Prime Minister will shortly speak about that, but there will be talk about a new responsibility.
Well, the hearse has now picked up a police escort. In fact, the editors of the tabloids had originally been invited to come to this funeral today, because many of the editors had in fact had a fairly good relationship with Diana, but at the request of Earl Spencer, who himself has a very bad relationship with the popular press, they were disinvited and all gracefully retired. But Barbara, you and Andrew both pick on something which is impossible to miss, which is young Earl Spencer's talk. So let me go next to Anthony Holden, biographer, journalist in your day, Tony Holden. Still write a column for one of the popular newspapers. What was your take on what he had to say?
Well, Peter, I agree very much with Andrew. It was a remarkably outspoken address. He began the week very outspokenly, saying that newspaper editors had blood on their hands, and he's ended it equally so. I personally was pleased that he did not merely attack the media. I thought what he said about the media was fair enough, although those of us in it feel it's just some sections that should take the rap, not the entire lot, but I personally was very glad he did, in a very clever and delicate way, also make one or two sharp points about the royal family and what we were talking about a bit earlier, their treatment of Diana a year ago, the way they took her title away. He said she didn't need a title to be who she was, and so on, and pledging those in what he very specifically called the blood family, pledging to bring Harry and William up, to continue to do so in the way that she would have wanted as much as the way the royals would have wanted. I think the whole nation needed to hear that. All the concern and all the feeling today is directed at those young men.
And the fact, as you pointed out, and Andrew Morton pointed out to me at the time, concentrating to some extent on her personality too, her insecurity, her deep insecurity, with which people here are particularly familiar. Sarah Bradford, I'm struck momentarily again by the fact that you wrote a biography of the Queen, who's lived in such a different age than Diana. What did you think about Earl Spencer?
Well, I thought it was extraordinarily courageous and honest speech, and I thought that he conveyed the personality of his sister and the reason why she appealed to the whole world in the way that she did extremely well. And it was a very untraditional, really modern speech, spoken straight from the heart, and I think that that moved everybody. I certainly take his point about the HRH decision, which I thought at the time was petty and unnecessary. Also, obviously, there's the media question. All I would say is that I do hope that after this moving farewell to this extraordinary woman, we can perhaps feel a little less bitter. We can find in our hearts to forgive. And I just hope that that's going to be the message of this ceremony.
Sarah Bradford, let me ask you this. We have heard all week, and again today, how much resentment there has been about Diana losing the title Her Royal Highness. Her brother says she needed no royal title to go on communicating her magic. What was the royal family or the royal establishment's view of her losing that title or taking it away from her?
Well, I think they were abiding by the spirit of the law. Once you were divorced, you were no longer a member of the royal family. But then they did muddy the waters by saying that she would be considered as a member of the royal family. So, as far as I'm concerned, you can't have it both ways, and I thought it was a mistake. And I think that all this ceremony today, draping the coffin with the royal standard, and the Queen's speech last night, is a very large effort to make amends for what was, in fact, a petty mistake.
When you wrote your biography of the Queen, you wrote, among other things, about the rumors that Prince Philip had reported infidelities during their marriage. We now live in an age when that is just so much more acceptable than it was in the early years of the Queen's reign. How do you think it's going to be now in the wake of Diana's death?
Well, I think we live in an age in which divorce is acceptable, but infidelity isn't necessarily. People don't mind perhaps if you marry several times, but they do mind if you cheat on your partner while you're still together. And I think that is a feature of the modern age. I don't think that we live anymore in the turn a blind eye, stiff upper lip era, which in the days when people believed in marriages lasting forever, you had to.
Now, Andrew Morton, I've asked you a couple of times, or at least you've noted a couple of times, the spontaneous response. Do you also think this was a healing funeral? Here you have both families together. Are we focused too much on Spencer, or is that what we'll remember?
I think we'll remember the Elton John song. I think the applause there and the tears there were genuine, the grief there was genuine. I think that we are seeing two eras here, two almost value systems. We have an old order, the kind of people that the royal family represent. They're the people who won the war. We were talking about that earlier. Then we have a modern generation, a generation that many women can understand and relate to, who show their feelings, who are far more modern about things. And so we've seen in this extraordinary service today a very profound sense of what Britain is today, how Britain is moving forward. An old era is passing, a new era is beginning. And the expression of grief is because the standard bearer of that new era was the Princess of Wales, Diana Spencer. And she is now passed, but the new era will continue.
You were very close to her. Do you now feel it's over?
I think that it will continue, and I think that many lessons will be learned, and I think that the new era is inevitable, because really the world has changed. The royal family haven't changed. Diana showed that. She was a symbol of that new value system that we now cleave to, but there's no turning back the clock, and I think the royal family recognise that.
Well, that's a good question, because, Barbara, you've been talking to some members of the inner circle over the last several days. Do you think that the royal family itself, or do you pick up that the family itself senses a need to be somehow different?
Oh, I think that they must, and certainly Prince Charles, ever since the accident, and it's hard to believe it's just 1 week, has certainly tried to change things, has talked to his mother, convinced her to make the speech that she made yesterday, and to come and be with the people. But you know, when Andrew was talking, it is the old and the new. One of the reasons that Prince Charles married Princess Diana was that she was so innocent. She was 19 years old, she was a virgin. It was very important that the heir to the throne marry a virgin. Had he been able to marry someone who perhaps was a little more sophisticated, a little more like him, maybe the marriage would have lasted. Had she been able to accept the fact, as other royalty had in the past, that the man she married was going to be king and could also be unfaithful, and the marriage would continue, the marriage then would have lasted. There have been all of these conflicts of the old and the new, and it will be interesting to see what happens when young Prince William grows up. How much tradition will be a part of it, and how much he will be able to follow his own heart and wishes and the modern life.
Barbara, you and I from the former colonies will matter a good deal less than what they think on these islands, and so let's go to Canada Gate outside Buckingham Palace, because Cynthia McFadden is talking to some of the people there. Cynthia.
Peter, of course, thousands of people thronging outside Buckingham Palace. Mr. Charlie Poland is here with me. Let me show you a picture of him first that he has brought here to Buckingham Palace today. Mr. Poland, photographed in 1993, was it?
That's right, yeah.
With
and
the
4th of May, yeah, and she opened up an Epic Centre down at Labrador, which is an elderly people's integrated care system place down there.
Why did you come here today, Mr. Poland?
Well, I was here when they had the wedding, and I thought it was the most beautiful wedding I ever see in my life, and I didn't think it'd end like it did, right? But I thought I must come up here today to see the passing of Princess Diana.
Were you angry with the Queen and the royal family's behavior up until now, or?
Well, I didn't used to bother too much about it, you know, but when Charlie got onto the television and spoke his piece to one of the presenters on the television, he opened his mouth and he spoke it for himself. Right? And I feel that not only him, I think it's the people that knew what was going on with him and Camilla, that they didn't speak up before they went to win it. And I put it down to the church people should have stepped in and stopped the marriage, or wouldn't let it carry on, because they knew it was going on with Charles and Camilla. And I think that Princess Diana was ill-advised, really, but she was an innocent girl. She didn't know, you see. And
Can you forgive the royal family, Mr. Poland?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to, really. I'll have to, because they're the end of the country at the moment, and I'm down there and looking at the wonderful place called Buckingham Palace.
Thank you, Mr. Poland. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Well, to be fair for people at home, Mr. Cohen is talking about a very famous interview that Prince Charles gave to Jonathan Dimbleby, in which there are two of them, two famous television interviews. One is Charles and one is Diana's. Charles came first. He said to Jonathan Dimbleby, revealed himself a great deal about his marriage, and did indeed admit on television that he had been unfaithful to his wife. Then Diana came along sometime later, and she admitted that she had been unfaithful to her husband on television. Andrew Morton, who was at this time you were writing the story of Diana's life from the absolute inside. I remember it, you know, once removed in the United States, we felt that you and we were living through this astonishing soap opera.
Well, yes, I mean, in many respects, Diana is an icon for the modern age. During the 1980s, when she first came into the royal family, she was seen as the dutiful mother, the dutiful wife, and she played second fiddle to her husband. And the 1980s, remember, was more of an era of go-getting, of me first kind of an age. Come the 1990s, she actually reveals herself. She reveals her vulnerability through the pages of Diana, her true story. And we see a different kind of a woman, reflecting a different kind of era. We've seen, to widen it out, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of communism in Eastern Europe, and the world is a more hopeful place. Diana represented in some curious way the alchemy between individuals and events. Diana was our hope for the future, which is why our reaction is so intense.
Let's go back. Well, another reason it's so intense, of course, is that so many people met Diana. So many people have met the royal family in general have never forgotten that moment when they met some member of the royal family, whether it was the best or the least. You never forget it. Let's go back to Hyde Park and Aaron Brown.
Peter, we're with a number of people who watched the funeral on the giant screens here. Caroline, was it a satisfying experience for you?
It was very comforting.
Was there a part of it in particular that stands out?
I think Elton John's song summed it up for all of us.
You're doing fine. I can see your lip quivering a bit.
Very emotional.
It was a highly emotional experience, wasn't it? Was it for you also?
Yeah, very much so. Particularly the speech made by Diana's brother.
Was there a part of the speech that Diana's brother made that seemed to resonate in particular to you?
Yeah, there was. I can't remember the words now, but I was very moved by it.
There was in that speech, it was quite complex because there was some anger directed at the family, at the royal family, it seemed to me, at the media. Was it the kind of thing that you wanted him to say?
They are the kind of things that are so moving because it's from, I mean, there's so many people here who have never met her, and to hear those things from someone so close to her is important to hear.
Just one more question before I move on here. Does it help bring a closure, a sense now that we go on, we go forward? Caroline?
We've been able to pay our last respect, and that is what we wanted to come here to do today.
And does it seem more real to you now? Is it certain to you now?
Yes, it's final. It's happened. And although Princess Diana has gone now, I think through the things that she has done, we will be able to continue with the goodness that she's done, and the people will never forget her.
I know you're glad you came. It's been hard, though, hasn't it?
It has.
Just briefly, one more. Is it John?
Yes.
John, I'm sorry. John's an American who lives in Amsterdam. Tell me why you came over.
We came because I think Princess Diana is a world figure, and we've all in the world been touched by her, and we wanted to pay our respects and be with other people and share in the misery and being upset about losing such a wonderful person in the world. And we didn't feel that staying at home would have done it.
Thank you. Thank all of you for coming up. I know it's a difficult time. Peter?
Thanks, Aaron. That young American who's come over from Amsterdam wearing a ribbon, which we're familiar in the United States, of course. The original one was red, worn on behalf of people with AIDS. This is a black ribbon, which has been handed out in many parts of London today. And it's a little unclear whether it has been to honor Diana or whether to honor Diana's work for AIDS, or whether it's to honor Diana in general and the work she has done for so many charities. But there's been a very clear emphasis here today in making so much of the good and open and outgoing and committed parts of her life to include all the charities to which she has stayed, particularly those she stayed close to after her divorce. Now, this hearse is not wandering aimlessly through the streets of London, having had this quite magnificent funeral at Westminster Abbey. Diana's body is now on its way to the Spencer family home in the county of Northamptonshire. The flowers along the road put there, we said earlier today, if you hadn't joined us, that there is something of a genuine flower shortage in Britain, and you can see people throwing flowers out in the direction of the hearse. Everybody in this country this week, you've seen every second, every third person seems to have had a small handful of posies or tulips or whatever they could get their hands on in order to express their connection to Diana. And it has spread, this emotion, throughout the country, been spread by the media, been spread by word of mouth, been there in people's hearts without question. But here you see people having, as Aaron Brown found with one copy, an opportunity to say a last goodbye. Barbara?
Peter, there are 6 charities in particular that the princess stayed with after her divorce, when she cut down her list. One of the major ones is Great Ormond Street Hospital, which cares for sick children, and they're now talking about changing the name after Diana. There are cities, I understand, around the world which are going to change the names. The other charities are the National AIDS Trust, one that works with homeless, the Leprosy Mission, the English National Ballet. Princess Diana, I understand, and Andrew Morton, you would know most, when she was very young, said, I either want to be a ballet dancer or be married to the Prince of Wales. And then there is a hospital that cares for cancer sufferers. There has also been set up a memorial fund now. As a matter of fact, Elton John left, or is leaving, Westminster Abbey to go immediately to a recording studio and to record a new single of that song that he just did for Princess Diana, and all of the money from that will go to this memorial fund. There have been hundreds and hundreds of lines already opened so that people can send donations which will go to the major charities of Princess Diana. And the father of Dode Al-Fayed, who was, this week there was supposed to have been a big auction in New York of the clothes and all of the artifacts of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, another couple in history that will go down.
The contents of their house in Paris.
That's right. He owns their house in Paris, and he was stripping it, and he was going to put everything up at auction. He still lives there on the top floors. Well, now he has announced that instead of giving all of this to what was going to be his favorite charities, everything from the auction, which has been postponed and which will go on, I guess, I'm sure at a later date, all of the proceeds from that are going to go to her memorial fund.
Are remarkable, we're told. Everywhere they go, you can see where flowers have caught on the top of the hearse and on the bonnet of the hearse. Just in case you're joining us, you have missed the funeral for Diana, the Princess of Wales, at Westminster Abbey, but if you stay with us, we will play large portions of it before the morning is over. So if you're getting up as the time zones move into the west, you will have a chance to share and participate in what has been a remarkable morning here in London. Barbara Walters has just been talking about people's participation in a financial way. People are selling newspapers this week, promising to give a portion of the profits of memorial issues to the Princess's Trust. There's an enormous question as to who's going to administer it, but it's been very, very spontaneous giving so far, as this crowd has been so spontaneous. Mohammed Al-Fayed, one of Britain's most controversial characters, not British himself but Egyptian, offered the other day £5 million because he had heard there was going to be a hospital built in her name. It will be one way of measuring her the endurance, or the enduring quotient of her legacy, Andrew, as to whether or not this thing keeps rolling. But as you look at the streets there today, I know you keep nudging me, and I know you're a friend, and you're a friend of court, so to speak, or of the Diana court. It's still quite stunning how spontaneous it's been.
I'm just staggered at the spontaneity of it. This is, I think, one of the features of this whole week, the spontaneous eruption of grief, of emotion, of outpouring of grief for Diana. And then after that, the spontaneous idea to have a memorial. And then the gentleman you've just been interviewing, the young man with the black ribbon on his lapel. That, again, is a sign, a spontaneous outpouring of emotion for Diana. Again, we see these flowers being thrown at the quarters. The spontaneous applause in Westminster Abbey after Earl Spencer gave his address. I've never seen that at any royal occasion ever, and least of all. It's very rare as a funeral that anybody ever applauds. It's wholly un-British.
Anthony Holden, your reaction to what you're seeing?
I think there's a lot of different things going on at once, Peter, and we've all been groping all week to define quite what it is. One thing that strikes me watching these pictures and having moved among the crowds all week is that Diana, in her curious way, was quite an anti-establishment figure. And many of the people who've turned out on the streets for her are people who perhaps belong to the minorities of British life, perhaps the people who feel marginalized, not looked after by the government, not looked after by the royal family, and they have a sense that Diana was very much their patron, and they've lost that. And the bulk of the people are behind them. And there's been a bit of a sea change going on here, as well as a very personal demonstration for Diana, as a private and a public person. There's a bit of a feeling that maybe we're moving out of that era when this country was run by those invisible toffs in tweeds who shoot grouse at weekends and don't run for elective office. You know that from your time here. Mr. Blair is a part of that feeling too. I have a very strong sense that you hook up this week with that week in May when New Labour got elected, and you find a different Britain that's finally, at last, leaving behind the Britain of empire. We haven't had an empire for 50 years, and moving forward into the 21st century as the Britain of Europe. And Diana will play a big part in that process, in death as in life.
Thank you, Tony. Don't go away. And perhaps the disappearance of Hong Kong this spring helped as well. But one thing that's helpful for Americans to understand, if you use Diana's own words on her behalf, she was not anti-royalty. After all, it is her son, William, who will become heir to the throne after her father went. In the famous interview in which she was very much cast as being anti the royal establishment, anti the mandarins, anti those members of the royal establishment who wished to curtail her activities, anti those who would not let her be as free as she allegedly wanted to be. She insisted that she was a deep believer in the royal family. And wherever the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, and Prince Edward and Prince Andrew, Charles' brothers, show up in the last couple of days, they have been welcomed, been greeted with affection, though, as everybody has made clear, in this week, nothing like the spontaneous outpouring that you see along this route for Diana. Cynthia McFadden.
Peter Jennings, I have a group of people here anxious to tell us why they came. A man who met Princess Diana when she came to visit him in a homeless shelter is here standing with me. What was your reaction to the funeral today, sir?
I thought that Diana should have had a lot more. She was respected by everybody, and she's a people's people. My own thoughts on it, the service was very good. And I've been building up since Sunday, since I heard about the death. I couldn't believe it, because I was in the shelter, and I got up in the morning, went down to get a cup of tea, and one of the workers says, "Diana's dead." I just looked at him, "Stop joking, it's not true." And then someone else came up and said, "Princess Diana's dead."
What will you remember about having met her? What will you remember her for?
She was straightforward. When she walked into the shelter, she turned around and she says, "Tonight I'm not a princess. My sons are not the two princes." She says, "I'm Diana. This is William, and this is Harry. And they'll always remain in my memories." Because when they were sat playing cards and that, and chess, and Diana says to me, "Always remember one thing. You never look up, you never look down, you look straight ahead." And at that time, I was a very heavy drinker. And
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter, we've lost our IFB contact with you, so I'll turn it back to you. Oh, it's come back, miraculously. Peter, do you want to hear from a couple of Americans, or while we're here?
Of course.
Okay. A group of Americans here, some from Miami, from Colorado, from Dallas over here. Why did you come here? Why did you want to be here?
Well, I wanted to be here to pay respect, of course, to the princess. We were the same age, and it's really a privilege to be here and to share this with the English people.
Sir?
To pay my respects to the princess, and we're about the same age, and I have two sons, and my heart goes out to Prince Harry and Prince Williams.
Sir, you're from Miami?
No, I'm from Colorado Springs. Yes, I just wanted to say one thing, that I think even God's going to shed a tear here today. If you look up at the clouds, you'll see that.
You're living now in Europe, but you're an American.
Yes, my husband's stationed at RAF Lakenheath, and I just need to come down for some closure because it was just so difficult to believe that this had happened.
Were you impressed with the way the English people, the way in which the crowds have responded today? I'm sure we've all been lots of crowds before. I've never experienced anything like it.
Yes, very impressed. Of course, there was a tremendous amount of respect, especially during the service. I was standing over on the other side, and hardly anybody said anything during the whole event.
You're from Texas?
Yes, Dallas.
And why did you come today, sir?
I couldn't think of any place else I'd rather be. Completely awestruck with the respect that the English people gave towards her, and my deepest regrets to the family.
Did you feel that the service was meaningful, was moving? I mean, did you?
Yeah, I'm about ready to cry right now. Yes.
Thank you all. Peter, a group of people came from Manchester, England down today, and they watched with us, actually, on our monitors. Of course, no one able to see the service here, weeping through the service. You came down from Manchester today. Tell me your reaction to the service.
Absolutely amazing. Really emotional, touching, and I think it was a funeral fit for a queen.
You're happy you're here today?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Ma'am?
I thought it was very supportive. The crowd was very supportive to each other. We all valued the princess, and she'll be greatly missed.
Well, Peter, from here, there are thousands of people still milling around Buckingham Palace. People seem not to know quite where they're supposed to go now, what they're supposed to do now that the service is over. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. They do not, of course, have to go anywhere. It remains a very pleasant day in London, as that American gentleman pointed out, hardly threatened by the clouds at all. Warm. Stay in Hyde Park, stay at Buckingham Palace. Barbara, tell us who's going to Althorpe. The hearse is reaching the outskirts of town, but it's got 80 miles to go. Who will go up?
Well, the whole Spencer family is going, and the actual interment will be private. Prince Charles and William and Harry are going up there by train. The palace won't give the details because the interment is private. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are going back to Balmoral, and the Prime Minister is going to join them this weekend, which is traditional. This was always the weekend that the Prime Minister visited the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, and early he would have gone yesterday. So they are going back to what really is the family home. You know, Peter, there was all this conversation and controversy, we keep using that word, about why did they stay in Balmoral, why didn't they come back to Buckingham Palace? But that really is their home, and that is where they decided that Prince Harry and Prince William would be the most comfortable, the most happy during this really hideous week for them. Now, the Queen goes back there, Charles and the princes go to Althorpe, and then back to Balmoral.
The Balmoral, which is, as Barbara points out, is the summer residence of the Scottish residence of the royal family, was also, the Queen said in her speech yesterday, a place where she, as the grandmother, not the Queen, but as the grandmother, felt they could secure Harry and Prince William best at a time of terrible trauma. And yet there was this persistent demand by the public and heavens knows by the media for Prince Charles and the two boys to make an appearance. And when they did yesterday come down to London, things began to change. There's the hearse on its way to the Spencer Chapel at the St. Mary the Virgin Church at Althorpe, some say, or Althorpe, some locals say. A connection for us in the United States because it includes up there, and we have some lovely pictures of the estate. I'm not sure if you can see them now. The tomb of Lawrence Washington, who was the great-great-great-grandfather of George Washington, who was buried up there in 1616. And some of us either remember or have recently been told again that the Spencers were, of course, cousins of the Washington family. It's quite a stunning estate. Diana is going to be buried on a little island in this small lake, the Lady of the Lake, as somebody has already managed to point out in Camelot fashion. And Earl Spencer, speaking for the family, says that it will be open for some period of time every year so that people can come and pay their respects. There's real concern that this little part of Northamptonshire will become as Graceland became for Elvis Presley. And the Spencers are quite determined to do what they can to guard what privacy they have left. Once again, Elton John. Candle in the Wind, written with words on this occasion for her.
Rose, may you well grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
The flag, the Union Jack, the Union flag at half-mast over Buckingham Palace. We are going to continue our coverage of this most unusual day. There will be an opportunity for those of you just getting up in the country to share in some of the moments earlier in the day, including the funeral service for Diana. at Westminster Abbey, so I hope you'll stay with us. I'm Peter Jennings in London, and we will be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, The Final Farewell will continue after this from our ABC stations. This is ABC News continuing coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales. Now reporting from London, Peter Jennings.
Those are the bells of Westminster Abbey, and they will continue to ring, we suspect, until the last person has left this great abbey, this 1,000-year-old edifice, which is so central to British life, and which has today been so central to British life as the scene of the funeral for Diana, the Princess of Wales, or as some woman along the way said so eloquently just a few moments ago, a funeral fit for a queen. It was a both simple and eloquent, popular and traditional ceremony. We'll show considerable portions of it to you again a short period from now, and we'll talk to several people who have been in the Abbey itself, one of whom is Mary Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you've become rather more famous perhaps than you'd ever imagined you would be, because as I think many people at home now we've all done earlier reports about you. Diana was nanny to your child before she married Prince Charles, and you've been a small part of her life for some time. When you were invited to come to the funeral today, or you just had to be here?
No, I couldn't get here without an invitation. We got a phone call Wednesday afternoon from a nice young man in the Lord Chamberlain's office. We did not expect to be invited, and I was the only one who could come on short notice. But I strongly felt, since we had been there at the beginning and had attended the wedding, it was very important to me to be here at the end.
Just remind me the name of your son
is Patrick.
Is Patrick, and he was about 5 years old when you and your husband...
One.
He was 1 when you and your husband were living in London, and you were looking for a nanny, and Diana came along, and you stayed in touch all those years, yes, when she came to the States included.
Yes. It's remarkable. I mean, it shows such a wonderful, human, kind side of her.
Tell us what she was like, because I understand that at first you didn't know that she was Lady Diana, and that she was in your employ as a nanny when she began to see Prince Charles. What was that like? What did she say?
We did not know who she was until midway through the summer, and when I discovered by accident who she was, she just shrugged and said, "Oh, that." And the remarkable thing is the relationship never changed. I mean, it happened through the years. She came back to Balmoral one weekend, reported for work. I did not know where she had been, and announced to me that there would be reporters and photographers at the end of the street when I left for work, explained why they were looking for her, and was very cute, saying that she, though, did not imagine that Charles would pay much attention to her, since he was 31 and she was only 19. She did not have high hopes at all at the start.
Tell us what it was like inside the Abbey today.
I'm still almost quivering. It was so moving. It was tremendously sad. You could have heard a pin drop. As the royal family started to come in, there was just complete silence. You could hear people sniffling and watch them wiping tears away.
Was there a particular part of the ceremony that meant a great deal to you?
Two things. One was listening to the tread of the soldiers' boots as they carried the casket in. It was just, you know, you couldn't see it as they walked it up, but just hearing that steady, somber tread was just chilling, really. And I think the spontaneous applause from outside after Elton John sang his song, and then after that wonderful tribute that her brother did, because that was so spontaneous, and it was from, you know, her audience, just normal people.
Well, thank you very much for joining us briefly and having climbed up these stairs, and I hope you're glad you came all the way.
Yes, very glad.
Travel safe home.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Mary Robertson will continue our coverage of Diana's funeral and this day of celebration of her life when we continue from London in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
It is a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a sunny London day, but we are very conscious of the fact that it's only 8 o'clock in the morning in the Eastern time zone at home and a few minutes after 5 o'clock in California, and that is Westminster Abbey, the great edifice in which kings and queens have been crowned and from where they have been sent into eternity. It has been here for more than 1,000 years in more than one form or other. The great and the near great and the less great have been honored in here. Today it has been the scene of a funeral for Diana. And one of the things we want to do for those of you who live in the West primarily and who didn't get up early, though we noticed all around the world an enormous number of people getting up at very early hours of the morning, particularly young women, to share in this experience. But we're going to show you again some of the ceremony and some of the procession. You may recall that last night Diana's body was moved from St. James's Palace, very much in the heart of the West End, to Kensington Palace, where she had lived alone in Kensington Palace Gardens since her divorce from Charles. And then early this morning it was put on a gun carriage, draped in the Queen's standard, and began its way through the streets of London. The funeral procession is on the south side of the park, so it's passing to the south of what's called the Serpentine, a small lake in the middle. And it is a park which means so much to Britain as a whole, but certainly means something to the people of London, and so symbolic. Before long it will pass the Albert Memorial, for example, a tribute to Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. This city, this route, absolutely, totally replete with the images of empire and the vestiges, I mean that in the most positive sense, of royalty. One of the other people we're calling upon today to help us understand the meaning of all this is Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers who's agreed to perform today as an ABC News consultant. She's often known here as Viscountess Bangor, married to Count Bangor, her husband, but among other things she wrote a biography of the Queen and previously had written a book on the Queen's father, King George VI. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Peter.
As you watch this procession this morning, and as you try to gather your thoughts of the last week, we'll watch the procession and listen to you. Just tell us what you're thinking.
Well, just at the moment, I'm struck like everybody else, the silent crowds lining the route. And I suppose in British experience, the last occasion like this was the burial of that great hero, Winston Churchill, when the same silent crowds watched the body go past. But of course, there's more emotion now because we're talking about a young woman of 36 with all her life left in front of her.
How historic do you think this is in the history of the royal family?
Well, I think the whole Diana episode is absolutely historic. I think that the impact that she has had on the royal family and the impact she will have on the future development of the royal family has been enormous and should not be underestimated.
Sarah Bradford talks about the silence along the route. Just listen for a second. Sarah Bradford, how significant do you think it is that the Queen's standard is covering her coffin as it covered her coffin when it was brought back from Paris?
Well, I personally was very glad to see this because I think it symbolized the taking back of Diana into the royal family. And that was the beginning of what seems to be an emotional reconciliation in death.
So this you take as a unique gesture?
I think so. I think it was a very important gesture. After all, for most of the people here and around the world, this was the first time we saw Diana, or the vestiges of Diana, after her death. And the first thing that everybody saw was this amazing royal standard draping her coffin. And I think that had a great deal of impact.
Barbara?
It was Prince Charles's request that her coffin be covered with the royal standard. When he entered the plane bringing her body back from Paris, he called from the cockpit to make sure that there were flowers at that point covering her coffin. There were not, and he specifically ordered them. He has been involved, as I think you know, Peter, from the very beginning in the most intimate details for this funeral. And it is said and believed that it is Charles who convinced his mother, the Queen, to make the speech yesterday. It was Charles who decided that he and the boys should come here. It was Charles who asked his mother and father not to arrive by train, but to come by plane yesterday. And his relationship with Princess Diana at these last, since the divorce, which has only now been 1 year, his relationship is described as more than amiable as they tried to plan the future of their 2 sons. So if we can really say that he has been grief-stricken and has tried as much as possible to make this a ceremony that befits her.
We'll have a lot of opportunity today to talk about Prince Charles and his relationship with his son and his relationship. An excerpt from earlier today. It is now early afternoon in London, and we are joined by a world-famous guest without any question whatsoever, and a friend of Diana's for some period of time, the great designer Valentino. What was it like in the Abbey?
I think it was the most emotional day of my life. It was very, very beautiful to see people, the order, the perfection, the organization was really sensational. And when the coffin arrived, everybody was really in tears. So it was really very, very, very beautiful to see.
Princess Diana was the epitome of style for so many years, and I know you designed many of her clothes. You were a great personal friend. And one day this summer, just recently, Princess Diana and Dode Fayed were guests on your yacht. So few people have really been able to tell us what they were like. Can you share this with us?
This was exactly almost 2.5 weeks ago. I was with my boat in Saint-Tropez, just across the beaches of Saint-Tropez, and I saw the boat of Dodi, and I know very, very well. I met him a long time ago. And of course, I sent one of my crew, my sailor, to ask the commandant if they would love to come to have a drink. They came very, very fast. They had a drink, and they left immediately. because it was surrounded of little boat with paparazzi.
Could you tell at all what the relationship was? Were they cozy?
I didn't, I mean, I couldn't understand which kind of relationship was, but they seemed very, very, very happy, nice together, speaking to each other in a very nice way, and that's it. This was really for 15 minutes time, yeah.
Because the paparazzi, even then, were surrounding them so that they couldn't have a moment.
All around the boat was full of little tiny boat full of paparazzi. Yes.
What was it that most moved you about the ceremony in the Abbey?
I have to tell you frankly, when the coffin arrived, following by the two young princes, the Princess of Wales' brother and Prince Charles.
And did you try to see how the royal family was reacting?
I watched very, very carefully because, as you know, all of us, we following since 1 week all the detail on television, and of course we watched really very carefully again the speech of the Queen yesterday, and today everybody was with the eyes on top of the royal family to see which the atmosphere was, but I think they were really very, very concerned about the sadness and sadness of the ceremony, and I think they behaved perfectly royal in a very royal way.
You said when you were waiting here to go on that you were impressed by what Earl Spencer had said.
Yes, Earl Spencer did a fantastic speech, and I don't know, I have the impression, and with this terrible Princess Diana, that the monarchy is going to change. I don't know, I have this impression. I had this impression because she was so alive. She really instructed their sons to be different, to be more close to the crowd, to be more close to the people. And I think what English expect really now.
You know and have dressed the most beautiful women in the world, and Princess Diana had style. How would you describe it?
You know, I met her really at the beginning when she was married with Prince Charles, and of course I immediately realized that she was one of really the most beautiful girl in the world. Finally, after year by year, she became more sophisticated and more sure of herself, and she gave to us such a she was full of guts, full of elegance, and every designer was inspired by her. And I did have the chance and the honor to make several dresses for her, and to me she remained one of the most beautiful, darling lady in the world, and I'm really very, very sad.
Valentino, thank you very much for taking the time after the ceremony to come and be with us here.
Thank you.
Designer Valentino. And as Valentino makes clear, we are all so familiar with how she looked in life. And here in London today, we return to Hyde Park to the earlier procession which brought her body from Kensington Palace Gardens here to Westminster Abbey. This is how it was for people here today. Constitution Arch, under which they have just come, another unique moment for people in these islands who watch such things carefully. It is normally only the monarch that passes under Constitution Arch. And they are now on the very edges now of Buckingham Palace, and we'll turn now southeast, if geography serves me correctly, and go down Constitution Hill. Here is Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair. He has played a very significant role in the country this week in a variety of ways. He was first the one who went out and referred to Diana at the beginning of the week as the people's princess, making it clear in a great many minds here that the people could rally around her and should rally around her. In some respects, it could be argued he contributed to the division that was so clear this week between the people and the royal family. But on a couple of occasions, subsequently, he has been the first person to get out and defend the royal family for staying in seclusion at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, keeping the boys in seclusion, supporting the notion of the Queen speaking to the people. Perhaps, this is speculation, informed speculation perhaps, having something to say about what the Queen said to the nation yesterday. but he is certainly the face of what is called New Labor in this country, very often compared to President Clinton. Been to Washington several times now to talk to the president in political campaigns in Britain, now very much more American than they have been in the past.
The Queen discussed her speech, actually, with the Prime Minister. There's Henry Kissinger. He is here with his wife. Princess Diana was very, very fond of him. They had a kind of, they used to gossip. He described her as having a wicked sense of humor. He presented an award to her when she was in America last year, when she was at a charity for cerebral palsy, and they felt close to each other.
Richard Attenborough, the great actor who taught Diana how important it was to be a public speaker, and who writes in today's Times a very, very glowing article about their relationship. Andrew?
Well, more than that, he was the one who really encouraged her to become involved in the landmines campaign. Really, he saw her quite a lot at Kensington Palace, and he was the one who actually made a film about landmines, which finally changed her mind that it's something that she must do. Yeah. And it gave her this real new vitality and sense of direction. She owed a lot to him during her life, and
gave him a sense of new vitality, yes, too.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, going back to the Prime Minister, I spoke to one of his, I'll pause now and I'll come back and tell you this later.
Her Majesty, I think that's Prince Edward on her left, and I'm not sure if Andrew's there as well, but Her Majesty walking out through the front courtyard of Buckingham Palace. We'll try to tell you all who is there. Everybody will be here to the best of our knowledge.
The Queen is 71, Duke of Edinburgh is 76. There was some suggestion that in 2002, when she celebrates her 50th year of reigning here, that she would begin to turn some of her official duties over to Prince Charles.
We'll have to have a closer look to see, but the people who are expected are Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is one of the members of the royal family who works terribly hard and doesn't get as much credit as some others think she should.
Her son, Peter Phillips, has been very close to the two young princes. He's been with them all this weekend. He's 19 years old. He accompanied them on the plane. He was with them yesterday at Kensington Palace. Princess Anne's son is probably their closest relative near their age.
But the royal family has made it very clear that on this occasion they do not wish to be the focus of attention. You will notice, if you stay with us, that when the service begins in Westminster Abbey, there will be no pictures of the royal family inside the Abbey.
Or the Spencer family.
A reminder of how, to what length some of the tabloid newspapers here will go. The Royal National Institute for the Deaf made it very clear the day before yesterday that they would not provide lip readers to the tabloid press so that they could understand what the royal family was saying to themselves. Cynthia McFadden?
Happening apparently here at Buckingham Palace is the royal family has come out of the palace gates and is standing on the side where the cortege is momentarily to pass. It's our understanding that they are going to watch the cortege pass and then get into the cars and go to Westminster. As the royal family walked out of the gates, I don't know if you could hear it, I know you could see it, but there was applause throughout the crowd. The crowd has grown exponentially in the last hour. There is no room for movement here now. The people simply pack one upon the other. And the royal family is simply standing outside the gates, waiting for the coffin of Diana to be rolled by.
In fairness to Her Majesty the Queen, it is the Queen who invented what is called the walkabout, at which Diana became so famous, and other members of the royal family have tried, with, in some cases, success and without success in others. But Her Majesty, who this week, that's Princess Margaret on her right, the Queen's sister, her own tragic figure for many years. who was, and behind her, Viscount Linley, or is that Lord Snowdon? That's David Viscount Linley behind her, who's the son of Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret was married to Lord Snowdon, a world-famous photographer, among other things, and David Viscount Linley, her son, who's 12th in order of succession to the throne, among other things, an accomplished furniture maker who not long ago had a show in the United States. And I do think that is Anne, the Princess Royal, just to the left of the Queen.
Also divorced and remarried, as is Princess Margaret, who you mentioned her rather tragic life. She was in love in the 50s with Group Captain Peter Townsend. Many of us remember this, and that affair was broken up because he had been divorced.
On the general theory that all of us in life like to know a little something about what goes on behind the scenes, Barbara, if you wouldn't mind showing me your back for a second, I can now show you what I'm able to remove from Barbara for the entire morning here. We have all been obliged to wear these bright yellow jackets. In fact, at one point, a fairly obstreperous policeman insisted we put it on in toto. This is part of the concern for security here at the Abbey. And as long as we were wearing one of those, we were deemed to be reasonably safe. The bells of Westminster Abbey go again, and we welcome Lord Peter Palumbo. Peter Palumbo, he introduced himself. Lord Palumbo, the former chairman of the Arts Council in Britain here, a very close member of, fair to say, Diana's inner circle, and helped to introduce her to the arts in a far broader way, advised her on many issues. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Would you tell us first what it was like in the Abbey for you?
Well, of course, very moving. It was beautifully done. I think the British have a way of doing these great state occasions particularly well. It was a service of which I think she would very much have approved. It might have made her even smile.
Certain moments certainly would have, I think,
moments, yes. It was a mixture of old and new, and it worked extremely well. It was very traditional on one hand, and then there was Elton on the other, who was marvelous, incidentally, as I'm sure you saw.
I think we were all struck here by the fact that Elton John, who'd been somewhat controversial early in the week, would he sing or would he not sing, seemed so absolutely seamless part of the whole thing.
Absolutely. He sang his heart out effortlessly, and he was quite wonderful, I thought.
Barbara?
I know that she first met Elton John at a big affair and danced the Charleston with her. But Lord Palumbo, I remember seeing you when you were in the news, because on the night of that now famous broadcast that Prince Charles did when he spoke of his infidelity, Princess Diana went to a big charity affair, and it was you who greeted her that night. That must have been a very difficult time. Share with us what that night was like.
Well, it was a difficult time for me. It must have been a difficult time for her, but of course she never showed it. She was in dazzling form. I've never seen her in better form. She was funny, as only she could be. She's a wonderful mimic, as you know. She convulsed not only herself but everybody else with laughter. You wouldn't have thought she had a care in the world, and whatever she might have been feeling underneath, she didn't show it at all. She was in tremendous form.
Lord Palumbo, you're an important character in this country, certainly in terms of the arts, at least. What is the significance of her death? And because you've been seen slightly to be on her side rather than on Prince Charles's side, what role does he now play? I have a broad question, but...
I think she was very important as far as the arts were concerned. The arts in this country are, as you know, enormously vibrant. She was particularly interested in music and dance. Those were her two great loves. But she was wonderfully supportive to us at the Serpentine Gallery, of which I happen to be chairman. She made time for us. I don't say that she necessarily enjoyed some of the art we showed, because we are very much at the cutting edge of things. But she very much enjoyed meeting the artists, the young artists, and she responded to them and they responded to her.
You refer to the gallery, which is in Hyde Park, very much in the center of London, and very much in the public way.
But she never stopped seeking ways of helping us, which amazed me, actually, because she was so busy. but right up to the very end, she was wanting to host private lunches for us to raise money and so on and so forth. And she was remarkable. She really was.
And now Prince Charles without her and the boys?
Well, I think that, of course, the boys it's left a terrible void in their lives, one that can never be replaced. But I hope that what has come out of the last week, and particularly perhaps today, and the speech of their uncle, the Earl Spencer, will remain with them as a sort of guiding light for the future. And you heard something that I've never heard in a church before, which was spontaneous applause. Throughout.
Speaking of cutting edge, it was pretty direct.
It was very direct, and these things I think needed to be said. He said them in a very unflinching way, as you would expect, and I think the message, that is perhaps the message for the future, and particularly applicable to Prince William and Prince Harry.
Thank you very much for climbing up these stairs and seeing us. Lord Peter Palumbo, former chairman of the Arts Council, good, strong friend of Diana, Princess of Wales.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to take you back now to the procession. When we left, they were coming down Constitution Hill to Buckingham Palace. The gun carriage has just passed Buckingham Palace and is beginning to go down the Mall towards St. James's Palace. Right in front of Buckingham Palace, the Queen bows her head. And I want to bring back in again Sarah Bradford. Sarah, you've one of the Queen's biographers. Try to help us understand what you think Her Majesty is going through this week.
Well, I think immense sadness. I think regret at what has happened in the past. I think tremendous concern for William and Harry, who are, after all, the future of the monarchy, and who have been through the most difficult time over the past years, seeing their parents publicly disagreeing, having bitter fights, and finally divorcing. And now, just when things were perhaps getting more normal, this terrible thing happens for them. And so the Queen, as the head of the family, bears the major responsibility for them. And I think as she saw Diana's coffin pass, all these things went through her mind, many regrets for the past. And as she said, there was Diana, a warm, affectionate, smiling, exceptional person.
Do you believe that the Queen will also feel a sense of guilt at the manner in which her own son has been raised and the cloistered way in which the crown has existed for so long, and especially now that she sees the public response to the public nature of Diana?
Well, I think that in every family, when things like that go wrong, the parents do, or indeed should, question what part they've had to play in it. And when these first things became public, the divorces, the Queen turned to one of her closest friends and said, "What did we do wrong?" So she's certainly not above thinking that way. And of course, I'm afraid that there has been some responsibility there in the lack of communication between the different generations, which Diana was hoping to bridge when she married Prince Charles.
We will have lots of time as the day continues to talk about the future of the royal family, but you hear the first skirl of the pipes now. As pipers join this funeral procession, let us listen.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell will continue after this message and a word from our ABC stations. ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, The Final Farewell continues. Once again, live from London, Peter Jennings.
Welcome back to our coverage of this day on which the Princess of Wales has been celebrated in Westminster Abbey, where for the first time the Union Jack flew at half-mast over Buckingham Palace, where normally the Queen's own personal standard flies when she's in residence. The service is over at Westminster Abbey, and Diana's body in a hearse is now just north of the town of Luton, slightly northwest of London, on its way to Northamptonshire, where she will be buried. That is the real time. Let us return back to funeral time. For those of you just getting up on the West Coast or perhaps just joining us, after the gun carriage came down Constitution Hill, Her Majesty the Queen and other members of the royal family came out to the front gate of Buckingham Palace, where that enormous bank of flowers had greeted them when they returned from Balmoral in Scotland yesterday, to stand very quietly while the gun carriage went by, to nod their heads in recognition. And then Her Majesty, the Queen, got in a car to come on to Westminster Abbey, and the men joined together and walked behind the gun carriage. The Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Charles, Earl Spencer, Prince William, and Prince Harry, and they walked the rest of the way. As we watch it, we're joined here over Westminster Abbey by one of Diana's great, I think it's fair, friends and advisors, one of England's most notable actors and producers, Richard Attenborough. Thank you for coming. This must have been a very difficult day for you.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You mentioned the five mourners behind the coffin. I think that the public have in no small measure contributed to that decision. There was a feeling abroad very much that perhaps the royal family didn't quite understand the depth of feeling throughout the whole country. And the fact that the Queen broadcast on Friday evening with I've never known her broadcast before directly. They've always been recorded and so on. And she seemed, we often think she's a little stilted perhaps in her Christmas broadcasts and so on. And here she was speaking, one felt, with a great depth of feeling. And I think the extraordinary thing that the Princess has done, well, let me go back a little. She didn't ever simply latch on to the popular causes. What she backed, driven in a way by her own pain and suffering that she did endure, thrown into this great cauldron suddenly, were causes: the homeless, leprosy, AIDS, and perhaps most recently and most of all, which is the subject that I've been very much involved with, which is the landmines.
You're being modest, in fact. I think it was you who brought Diana to the subject of the worldwide attempt to ban the use of landmines.
Well, that's very kind of you. I was partly responsible. The Red Cross themselves very much wanted to do it. But what I was going to say was that I think that suddenly the royal family and the establishment realized that our world was not ring-fenced by what we all normally attributed to the patronage of the royal family. She came into a new area. She wanted to establish a feeling that the young princes, if they were to govern, or govern to the extent that we have royalty in the UK, if that was to happen, then they would never do it satisfactorily or with true understanding unless they saw the deprivation and the pain and the cruelty of modern life. And beyond everything, that's what she wanted the boys to experience. And I was very thrilled, as thousands other people were, when Charles Spencer, Lord Spencer, said in his address that the blood family, as he put it, are determined that what she wanted the boys to experience and therefore be able to express to the nation and to the world, if the world wishes to listen, is that there are people and causes who have no voice.
Some of us took that to be a very direct, I'm not sure, but Barbara took that to be a very direct criticism of the royal family, as if the royal family were incapable of feeling at this level.
Yes, I understand Charles's feelings very well indeed.
Earl Spencer, you're talking
I'm
here.
so sorry,
Earl
yes,
Spencer,
I beg your pardon, Lord Spencer. I think he, in large measure, felt somewhat helpless in her life. You know, he desperately wanted to guard her and guide her, and protocol and the surrounding establishment stopped.
Well, Earl Spencer's been away now for a few years. He's been in South Africa. And in the pictures we saw recently, Sir Richard, of Prince Charles with his sons, he seems very affectionate. Young Harry holding on to his hand, and perhaps there's much more affection than we had seen. One of the things that Earl Spencer said in this remarkable speech was that she should not be made a saint, that she was too natural and normal. What do you think the legacy of Princess Diana will be?
I have to start by saying, Miss Walters, that I don't suggest for a second that Prince Charles doesn't have a very deep love for his boys.
I just know that he maybe showed it more than we imagined.
Right, absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that love and that life and that circumstance and that ambience follows a tradition in the UK which has a surrounding fence almost. There is a reluctance to allow that to go out.
Certainly.
We're too obsessed by our wretched stiff upper lips. And I think that what she leaves behind is, yes, I believe in the royalty. I believe in the royal existence of the royal family. But please move them into the next century. Please allow them to know what goes on in the world and to stand up where they believe it is appropriate and protest or plead or counsel people who desperately need help, who are not necessarily just those fashionable upfront causes.
Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. I know a lot of people around the world are very grateful to you for your own contribution on the landmines issue and for getting Diana involved. You have been indeed very modest about it. We're going to rejoin our original coverage now, and at the point we do, the Spencer family is just arriving at Westminster Abbey. On the right, Lady Sarah McCorkerdale, Diana's eldest sister. She's 42, a lady-in-waiting to her sister. On the left, in Frances Shadkidd, Diana's mother. And on the left, Lady Jane Fellows, who's 40, Diana's older sister, married to Sir Robert Fellows, who is the Queen's private secretary.
I noticed that Diana's mother, Frances Shadkidd, has a very glorious cross on her, and she recently converted to Roman Catholicism.
And has spent her last years in really somewhat secluded. She wrote a letter to the press, she wrote a handwritten letter in which she said how much she loved her daughter and thanked God for giving her the daughter and for now taking Princess Diana back to him.
Mrs. Shadkidd now lives on a rather remote island off the west coast of Scotland, and she came down to this today, slightly, she said, reluctantly, to leave a party in the local Catholic parish church this evening, where the parish priest tells us she is now very much involved. It is said that Diana and she were in reasonably close contact in recent years. Diana has never been to see her mother on this remote island, and Andrew, I think it would be pushing it to say they had a close relationship with her.
They had a very up and down relationships. Often Diana would be spending more time comforting her than vice versa. And I remember when Diana was on the cusp of leaving public life in 1993, before she made her famous time and space speech, her mother was on the phone with her various problems. And I think we're now seeing...
Who is that between... No, that's the Earl, that's Earl Spencer.
On the right is Prince Charles, in the centre is Prince Harry, on the left is Earl Spencer, Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, and far left is William.
Earl Spencer, where you at home may be fairly familiar, and then Prince Philip, the Queen's husband, on the extreme right there. Earl Spencer, who now lives in South Africa, is the one who earlier this week in his first public comments referred to the editors of the British tabloid press primarily as having blood on their hands and having contributed to the death of his sister in that car accident in Paris. The investigation in Paris it goes on with relentless intensity, and a great many people, including, that's the Queen Mother. That's the 97 years old Queen Mother who lives at Clarence House there on the Mall, or on the Mall. They've just, on the Royal Mall has just passed her house. It was from her home that Diana left to go to be married 16 years ago. She is the most extraordinarily enduring member of the royal family, often described as the most popular member of the royal family, certainly for that generation. Slightly seen as a genteel, doddering aunt. Is that a little unkind, Andrew?
I think that certainly as far as Diana was concerned, she never particularly got on very well with the Queen Mother, because the Queen Mother was a great friend of Lady Ruth Fermoy, her grandmother, who was so much against Diana's mother. And she always used to say that Clarence House was the font of all criticism of Diana inside the royal family. I think the Queen Mother does come from a different age. It does come from an Edwardian age where you never complained, you never explained, and you just got on with it.
Have other relationships, and you never, ever, ever contemplated divorce. What? Westminster Abbey, and as you can see, not anyone has left by any means. People still here on a sunny afternoon at the conclusion of Diana's service here in Westminster Abbey, which we shall play for those of you in the West Coast when we come back.
For continuing coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell, stay with ABC News and abcnews.com on the web and AOL. Our coverage will continue after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Welcome back to our coverage of this day on which the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, is being celebrated. At the moment, her body is on the way to Northamptonshire, where it will be buried in reasonable privacy by the members of her family, including her sons. That's Big Ben in London. It is 2 o'clock here. It is 9 o'clock in the eastern United States. And, of course, it is 6 o'clock in California. And we're trying to accommodate best those of you who live in the West who were not up when the actual funeral of Diana took place here at Westminster Abbey behind us. So we're going back and forth from live to tape. Let's go to the videotape, as they say. At this particular point in the morning, Diana's coffin on a gun carriage had just arrived outside Westminster Abbey after a long journey of almost 2 hours from Kensington Palace. In case you are just arising at anywhere in the United States, thank you for joining us on ABC. We are here in London covering the funeral of Diana, the Princess of Wales, and we are not too very long from the actual funeral service itself in the 1,000-year-old Westminster Abbey. From around the city and around the country and around the world, royals and commoners, friends and officials of Diana, who was killed last Saturday, are gathering on the Abbey to celebrate her life. Coming through Horse Guards Parade, not terribly far now from Whitehall, which is not very far from Westminster Abbey itself. And so ended, 3 hours ago almost, Diana, the Princess of Wales' funeral service at Westminster Abbey. In the intervening time, her coffin has been taken in a hearse to the county of Northamptonshire, about 80 miles away from here, where she will be buried inside the grounds of her ancestral family home, the Spencer family home. ABC's Jim Wooten is up there at the moment, and I think, Jim, if I hear correctly, that her body has almost arrived.
Yes, Peter, it is approaching this village of Harleston, which is one of 2 villages that sort of bookend the enormous, sprawling estate called Althorpe, where her family has lived for nearly 500 years. one of the misconceptions about Diana was that she was referred to as a commoner. In fact, she was an aristocrat. The house in which she spent many of her childhood years was also the home of one of the greatest art collections, private art collections in London, with Rubens and Van Dycks and Sargents hanging on the walls. It once had a moat, a race course, and among her ancestors were ambassadors and ministers of state to various kings and viceroys of Ireland and elsewhere. So that the life she came to as the Princess of Wales was not entirely unlike the life she had known as a child.
Are there a lot of people there today?
There are. Lining the road which leads into Harleston, which is a narrow asphalt road, are several hundred. Waiting at the gates to the family estate are some 3,000 people, many of whom have been there since last night. Some have ridden across the fields and the pastures on horseback to pay their last respects. And standing behind stanchions, or crash barriers as they're called here, are hundreds, young and old, children, the elderly, motorcyclists, waiting quietly, patiently for the procession and the hearse and the princess's coffin to pass by.
Prince Charles, her ex-husband, and the two young princes, their sons, and the Spencer family are actually at the Althorpe estate at the moment, awaiting the hearse. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen Mother are about to fly back to Balmoral in Scotland. The intention, Jim, is to have this as private as possible.
Exactly, and I think one of the tip-offs to that, of course, that's been all of that this week, was that rather angry tribute, perhaps the angriest eulogy I've ever heard in any funeral, from the princess's brother, Earl Spencer, and in which he said that the blame rests with the press.
I think a great many people have been talking. In fact, people have been talking more about that as a central feature of the funeral service here in Westminster Abbey, what the Earl Spencer had to say, than almost any other facet of it. But everybody has had a moment or two, Barbara, beyond that, which has moved them very much. But it was clear, at least on this occasion, the Spencers wanted to get out of the private eye as quickly as possible, or out of the public eye as quickly as possible.
Oh, they certainly do now at this last resting place for the princess. They've kept it as private as possible. All of the members of the Spencer family have had difficulties in the past. It was an unhappy childhood. The sister of the princess was anorexic. Her brother, Earl Spencer, has lived the last few years in South Africa, separated from his wife, who is also anorexic. Princess Diana herself didn't come to live here until she was almost 14. She had been living in London, had to go through the terrible separation of her family, and came to this 100-room house. Really, when she was an adolescent, it was a lonely childhood, and the two sisters and brother, especially the brother, had to cling to each other.
As some fairly wise and learned English commentator wrote this morning, here again we have, by the repeat of what we saw in London, people throwing flowers onto the hearse as it moves through Harleston. Some, I think, fairly wise English commentators said this morning that the French bury their famous in Parthenons and the Italians choose mausoleums, but the English return to the soil of England. Jim Wooten?
Yes, and now the hearse is coming into the outskirts of Harleston at the end of its long, slow journey from the urban sprawl of London to the quietly rural rolling landscape of Northamptonshire, where she spent most of her childhood. There is
as best
applause.
We can tell. Sorry, Jim.
There is some applause, and as you pointed out, some flowers being thrown in. This was the world's most photographed woman, and these are, ironically, among the last pictures we will have of her coffin, for as she approaches the gates of her family estate, there will be no more cameras, no more press, no more pictures of her coffin.
This decision to bury Diana on the family estate, on a small oval island, in fact, in the middle of an ornamental lake, which you can see there, breaks the Spencer tradition, because so many generations have been buried nearby in the Church of St. Mary the Virgin in Great Brinkton, including her father. And so Diana, who felt so passionately and so strongly about her father, the late Earl Spencer, will not be buried beside him. And in the continuing discussion of how this place shall be remembered, Althorpe, or as the famous Debrett's peerage book says, Althrop, somebody has made it clear today that Diana's father always said, "It was Althorpe, my boy." Anything else was slightly pretentious.
Peter,
Barbara.
if people have not watched all day, all of the flowers that you see in the top of the hearse and in the front were thrown there by people as it's gone through the countryside and the city here, thrown there with love, just as so many flowers were put here over the last week for her. Princess Diana went often to the place in which she will be finally buried. She used to go there with the young princess, and they planted trees there. They planted oak trees. It's a tradition of the family. So those trees will live and grow as the two young men will, the two boys.
Jim Wooten has undoubtedly had a lot of time today waiting for the hearse to arrive there to talk to local people. Jim, I suppose it's asking the all too obvious question, but how do people feel about the way this place is now likely to become, given that an icon is going to be buried there?
Well, a lot of them breathed a long sigh of relief, Peter, when the family decided to inter the remains of the princess on the island, on the estate, and then open it for a couple of weeks a year to the public, instead of using the Church of the Virgin Mary in the town of Great Brinkton, because that would have produced, townspeople were saying, a sort of irresistible attraction to this village to turn it into, as I think you called it, another Graceland in Memphis. This is definitely not Memphis, but as one person said to us this morning, nothing ever happens here, and that's exactly how we like it. Of course, that has all changed this past week and today, but most of these people are desperately hoping that that nothing will happen here in these quiet villages that surround the family estates.
You yourself, Jim, point out how long the Spencer family history is. I think the only thing I heard you leave out was that the connection to Lawrence Washington, the great-great-great-grandfather of George Washington, buried in the Spencer tomb in 1616.
Yes, they are relatives. The Spencers, the Washingtons, and of course the Churchills, as a matter of fact. There are all kinds of bloodlines running through the Spencer family. The prominence of the family was perhaps best noted when one of her ancestors was called the man with the most ready cash in the kingdom.
Well, Jim, as we watch this funeral procession now very close to the family estate at Althorpe Park, I want to bring in somebody we've relied on a lot this morning, Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers, biographer of the Queen, who's been with us this morning. Sarah, we haven't talked to you in quite a while because we ran the service again, but what have you been thinking in the meantime?
Well, I've been thinking what a very beautiful and suitable service it was, and how it combined traditional music with modern music. And I think that the concept of Elton John playing in Westminster Abbey was a real tribute to Diana. And I must say that I was greatly moved by it. And now here we are, seeing this girl who was born in the country, not in Northamptonshire, but actually next to the royal family's house at Sandringham, going back to the English countryside, and I think this is another moving image.
Do you have any inclination today to think of her as a now permanent fixture in the British mentality in some way, or have we witnessed the passing of a shooting star?
No, I don't think she is a shooting star. Of course, what's happened over the past week has been incredible. I don't think any of us have ever witnessed a funeral like this, or worldwide mourning to quite such an extent. After all, let's say Elvis, but then he was one particular generation, whereas Diana seems to have touched both young and old. And I don't think she'll be quickly forgotten. And I think that whenever people look at her children, particularly Prince William, who does greatly resemble her, they'll remember her, and they'll remember her legacy.
We've also had a great deal of help this morning from Tony Holden, who's also with us here in London, another royal biographer, wrote a biography of Prince Charles, among other things. What have you been thinking, Tony, since we last spoke to you?
Peter, I took the chance to have a little walk around the streets and talk to a few people, and I think the service went down so well that it will be some kind of emotional full stop to what's been a very, very extraordinary week here in the UK. And I think people are already thinking, where do we go from here? How do we get back to normal? And I think, thanks, as you've mentioned, to the very powerful speech of Earl Spencer, two things that have to happen is the media has to rethink its way of practicing a bit, and the royal family's got to rethink its way of going about things a bit. And these two issues, if you like, will be the beginning of a legacy of Diana that will be seen, I think, in all sorts of ways. I was saying earlier, I personally feel there's been some change in the national character this week. It's been so wonderful to see people expressing their emotions publicly, which the British are not renowned for doing. Somehow this feels a warmer, more human country, thanks to Diana. That will be one of her legacies, which will live on in her son, William. But all sorts of other things are going to happen too.
All right, well, we'd like to talk about some of those when we come back, now that Diana has joined her former husband and her two sons and the rest of the Spencer family at Althorpe, the family estate in Northamptonshire. Well, the burial will be private. We'll go away for just a moment, and when we come back, we'll talk to Michael Cole, among others, who is the spokesperson for Mohammed Fayed, the father of Dodi Fayed, who died with Diana in Paris the other day, because the British and much of the world are still not yet fully satisfied that they know completely what happened. We'll be right back.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, The Final Farewell will continue in a moment.
Afternoon in London, that's Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament. It remains a beautiful day, as those of you who've been with us have been able to see for several hours, and all over the country, the Union Jack, the national flag, flies at half-staff. We are joined here by Michael Cole, the spokesman for Mohammed Fayed, the father of Dodi Fayed, I think everybody now knows, who was killed in Paris last weekend with Princess Diana. Barbara?
Well, I'd like to start, first of all, with kind and happy thoughts, because the one thing that we have seen and heard is at last Princess Diana was happy, and when you go to Harrods and when you go to Kensington Gardens, you see notes written to both of them. You knew them, and the family evidently knew them for many, many years. So tell us what you think they had in common.
Well, they were just two lovely people. Dodi was a lovely person, kind, gentle. Interestingly, Mrs. Al-Fayed, Haney, said to me, all the years I knew him, I never had a cross word with him. He was easygoing, and I think and he was asking nothing from the princess, and I think that was what appealed to her.
But you know, there has been some difficult, some bad publicity about him. You know, the Playboy, questions of his being in debt. This is probably the time for you to tell us if any of this. I'm sure you're going to say it wasn't true.
Well, I think Dodi was 42. He was footloose and fancy-free. I'm not saying he didn't have girlfriends because he was an attractive man. But I can tell you one thing, the last time I saw him, in fact, before he went back to Los Angeles to deal with a piece of legal business which is now hideously irrelevant, I said to him, when you go back to Los Angeles, if you go to the studio, the first time you go to the commissary or canteen, you sit down and have a cup of coffee, and there's a girl there, the newspapers will say, Dodie Fayed has a new girlfriend. And he said, Michael, he very rarely raised his voice, and he didn't, he just looked at me and said, Michael, he said, there'll never be another girlfriend for me, never. He was so sincere about it. You'll notice they never spoke about their private lives. They never posed for photographs. They were just completely happy and wrapped up in each other. It was interesting, as we came out of the Abbey this morning, welcome breeze after that service. Mr. Al-Fayed was approached by somebody who worked in a position of trust with the princess. And he said, you don't know this, he said, but the princess said to me, the sun is coming up in my life again.
Well, you used to be a reporter yourself before you became a spokesman for Mr. Fayed.
Indeed, I was the royal correspondent for the BBC for 3 years.
And you know how intent the press is at the moment on trying to understand what happened, and the Fayed family's mounted a very vigorous investigation to figure out what's happened. You said yesterday that private last words by Diana were passed on to Mohammed Fayed. Tell us when those words were spoken, what her condition was, and if you will, what the words were.
Well, there's very little I'm going to tell you about it, as I'm sure you'll understand. But Mr. Al-Fayed, just about 1 o'clock our time, last Sunday morning, he heard the news at home at his house just outside London. He got a helicopter and he went to the hospital. And at the hospital, through a very distinguished third party, he spoke to somebody who'd been helping the princess, who'd been helping her. And she had this message to pass on, and Mr. Al-Fayed, and also it was designated who she wanted it passed on to. And that was done this week at a private meeting in the store.
I was there at that time, coincidentally,
But I would really appeal to you, Barbara, please never...
Well, can I just say it was a member of the family?
You can, but please don't go any... It was one of her executors, one of her legal executors.
But what I want to understand is whether these were words that she spoke before the accident or after the accident.
Oh, no, this was in extremis.
So somebody spoke to her after the accident, either in the car or in the hospital?
Peter, I was a reporter for 27 years. I really can't go... I'll answer any question you like, but I'm not going to go any further down that route because it is so private and it will always remain so.
Let me ask you
I'm sorry, can I just stay with us for 1 second?
Yeah.
Can I just understand, though, when the words were spoken? Were they spoken in the hospital in France?
Yes, they were.
Yes, so there was, you had said the other day at your press conference that it was spoken after the accident. And also at that press conference, there was a great deal of question as to whether or not the driver was drunk, because of course there had been the reports that maybe Dodie had said, you know, let the car go faster, and that the driver had been racing away from the paparazzi. What kind of investigation are you going to have? Will it be a civil suit? What?
Awful, agonizing speculation, which has just added cruelty to agony for the Fayed family. Let me just say that we, like any other sane person, condemn absolutely, in the strongest terms, drink driving. I'm not here to defend the indefensible, but we thought we owed it to everybody, not least Princess Diana and Mohammed's eldest son, to at least try and find out the full facts and establish them as soon as possible. And to that end, we sent to Paris one of the world's leading forensic experts, a professor, the Regius Professor of Toxicology and Pathology from the University of Glasgow. In fact, the man who was called in by the United Nations for the Rwanda and Bosnia war crimes investigations.
What has he discovered?
Well, he's found out that the French tests, to his satisfaction, are unbelievable and unreliable. We want the French authorities to do what I'm sure they will do, to take their time, to have no rush to judgment, but just to find out and establish the fullest facts.
Will anything about your investigation appear here in the major Sunday newspapers tomorrow?
I have no idea. I know that people are working upon it. There are lots of lines of inquiry. But you know, Peter, if I could just say one thing, I'd gladly go back to that point, but we we have to confront that terribly difficult thing and have to come to terms with our loss. Today, I think, when Mohammed and Haney were sitting there, I mean, that was a very comforting and appropriately beautiful service. And the fact that they were able to hear their son's name mentioned by the Archbishop was a very gracious thing. And that mattered to them. And they've got 4 young children between the ages of 10 and 16. And Diana's funeral cortege went by their house, went by Dodie's flat, and they stood at the windows to watch. And they'd all been on holiday together in the south of France, and they'd had such a wonderful time together.
I appreciate your sentiment today, and I don't wish to disrupt it, but you have been very vigorous, the family, in implicating the reporters, the photographers, the so-called paparazzi. Does your investigation now continue to find them somehow involved to the point of complicity, or does your investigation now clear them?
Well, let us be clear about this. There's only one investigation. It's the French investigation.
Well, there are 2 investigations, really. The Fayed family's been very vigorously mounted its own.
We can't do our own investigation.
Well, you could file a civil suit. You could file a civil suit, and then they have to give you all of the information that Peter
did file a civil suit because before the criminal charges were laid, he wanted to make sure that there would be a proper legal forum for finding out all the facts. Because what we don't want is a half-hearted affair.
But do you feel today as strongly as you did at the beginning of the week, that is to say you as the spokesperson and Mr. Fayed, about the photographers involved?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There is one report in a newspaper which isn't terribly well disposed towards the Fayed family, so let me put that in. And this report is quoting eyewitnesses as saying that there was a motorcycle and there were flashlights going off actually in the tunnel where the accident happened, and saying that the car had to swerve to avoid another slower moving car, but actually at the moment of impact there was a photographer in the vicinity. Now, there is somebody alive who'll be able to confirm that, who is the bodyguard who has survived, and our thoughts go out to his parents who are over in Paris at his bedside in intensive care. So let us hope that we can find the full facts. It is that is the important thing, because nobody in the world is going to rest easy. And Mr. Al-Fayed will never find peace unless he knows what really happened.
Well, we kept you a long time this morning, and I thank you very much for staying with us, and sorry to intrude on a very moving day with questions about an investigation. People would clearly like some answers. We'll be back in just a minute.
ABC News coverage will continue in a moment.
Well, our broadcast of this day is almost at an end. It has taken President Clinton to remind us that which we have not mentioned this morning, that we made much of it yesterday. In his weekly radio address today, the President paid tribute to Princess Diana and also, of course, to Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa died in India yesterday at 87 years old, a woman who was a towering example for people all over the world of selflessness and kindness and commitment to the poor. The President said, in the case of both these women, that each demonstrated what it is to live a life of meaning with concern for others, and he called it their greatest legacy. One of the people we have relied on tremendously this morning, and it's been a great honor to have you here, is Andrew Morton, journalist and author who wrote the book about Diana's life, wrote 2 books about Diana's life, which shed so much light about her on the world. And what do you think after this day?
Well, Peter, Barbara, I've been thinking for the last 3 hours about all this, and there'll be conversations and investigations into the crash, there'll be investigations into the press, there'll be debate about the future of the monarchy. But what I hope everybody's going to take away from today is our thoughts about Diana. Let's not forget her personality, her sense of humour, her sense of goodness, her Christian charity. Let's not deify her, let's not make her an icon, let's not turn her into a saint. She was a flesh and blood human being, and that's why she was so immensely popular, because she had this resonance. She spoke to us, and I think that The rest of it is a side issue. Today is Diana's day, and let's just remember Diana.
There's been a lot of monarchy bashing this week, and there's been some of it today, and yet it strikes me, or maybe I'm just being too sentimental, that this country without a monarchy is not Britain.
No, I think a light has gone out in Buckingham Palace, probably the brightest light that you will see this century, and you'll not see her like again. But the flag is flying over Buckingham Palace now. That means that Diana may be dead, but the monarchy will continue. It will not continue in the same way. I think Britain today is probably a better place. It's a more subdued place, more reflective, and I think many, many people have learned many lessons from the events of the last 7 days.
You have been wonderful and helped us understand a lot today. I very much appreciate it. Also want to thank Tony Holden, our other royal biographer, and Sarah Bradford, all three of whom have added immeasurably to our appreciation of this. And a final very quick word, we're going to go to the streets where so much of this happens. Cynthia McFadden and Aaron Brown have been out talking to the people who have stood by Diana so eloquently in the last several days. From you, Cynthia, a final comment?
Well, Peter, if I've learned anything in this week, and certainly today, it is she certainly was the people's princess. The most moving of all the tributes I think I saw today was the silence, the respect, and the way that this crowd has behaved all day today. There was no finer tribute, perhaps, to Diana and her life than the way the British people and people from around the world gathered here conducted themselves.
Okay, Cynthia, thank you very much for helping us get through the morning and the afternoon. Aaron Brown.
Peter, 1 million people came to Hyde Park today, but I think it's a mistake to see it as an event of a large crowd. These were 1 million individual thoughts. This was my turn, a woman said today, my turn to grieve. And I suspect 1 million people standing in that crowd thought very privately and will not soon forget the experience they had here.
Okay, Aaron Brown, thank you very much. And Barbara, I'm struck, as always, I said this before, so it's not original, that you and I were here 16 years ago on a different balcony to witness the wedding of Prince Charles and Diana. What are your thoughts today?
Well, I never in a million years, and I'm sure neither did you, Peter, think that we would be here covering her funeral. I think it was enormously moving to both of us, to everyone, and to you, Andrew, as well, who has been here on a personal level. One of her friends said yesterday, I just wish that she had known how much that she was loved. I can't pretend to have been an intimate friend, although I did know her. And she touched so many lives, and I have to say she touched mine as well.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, it's been a great pleasure to work with you.
Thank you, Peter.
Good Morning America Sunday is still coming along in some parts of the country. This week with Cokie Roberts. Cokie Roberts is actually here in London, World News tonight. Sunday will be coming along as well. We have a great many people to thank. Much of the coverage you saw today was provided by the British Broadcasting Corporation, but our thanks to our own technical staff who, as always, managed to capture the right moment for us. And we thank you for joining us all across the country for this quite extraordinary day. We've said it before, but at the beginning of this week, there were so many cynical people about this, and a lot of people who thought that the media sort of generated much of it, and there's no doubt we contributed to it. But if you'd listen to everybody here in London today, the high and the mighty, and those who were perhaps less mighty than when it all began, there is a feeling from all of them that this country has, in some small way, changed. I'm Peter Jennings. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.